All right, check one, check two. Hello. We're going for a round 3 here, y'all. I apologize for being showed regularly tonight over and over again. I think it's because of the title and the subject matter. I think YouTube is trying to suppress anyone speaking positive about Shiloh. Where I got cut off earlier, I was speaking about the hoaxes that are being portrayed about Shiloh right now. And if any of them turn out to be true, not hoaxes, but actual true things, I'm going to go through the bullet points of it. If any of them turn out to be true and not a hoax after all, feel free to correct me any old time. You know, days later, weeks later, tonight, whenever you discover that one of these things that I declare tonight is a hoax as of right now, I still declare they are. If you have a correction for me later or now or whenever, feel free to make the correction to me in the comments. The hoaxes that are going around right now about Shiloh are, one, that she's a meth head. You'll see certain commenters. I've only seen 3 commenters. It's like the same 3 going around to all the different YouTube pages that mention her name. They've like searched her name and visited all the videos about her. And they'll put a different story each time, or each one of them has a different story, I should say. And so it'll be one of them at each video. But they have a similar format how they're writing their little story. Each one of them says some proximity to her, like, oh, I went to school with her, or I live right down the street from where this happened, or I live in the same area she lives. I know who she is. And then after they start with their little proximity statement to her, then they say immediately after that, she's a meth head, da-da-da-da-da. And then they go on with a few other negatives about her. We don't know that that's true. So I declare it's a hoax until proven otherwise. I think that's just a bunch of anti-white, rhetoric going around about her. To try to dupe white people into feeling like, oh, man, I shouldn't have donated to her. She's a meth head. Oh, man. So there's that hoax. Then there's another hoax going around that all the anti-whites are spreading around among each other. They're showing a picture of a blonde girl who doesn't really look like her. It looks, like some other blonde girl kissing a nog, right? So they're like, oh, it turns out they're donating to a girl that burns coal, Well, the girl doesn't even look like her. The one in the picture kissing the nog doesn't even look like her. Yes, it has, the girl has a similar appearance because she's tall and slender and blonde, but you can tell, it doesn't look like her. So I declare that's a hoax. Unless I'm proven otherwise by someone going in her social media in her past or something and finding something that proves it. But it does appear to be a hoax to me. And make sure I'm still going here. Make sure you haven't kicked me off. Okay, they haven't. So be on the lookout for she's a meth head hoax. Be on the lookout for the picture going around, and you can actually Google her name, Google image search her name right now, and you'll see the picture. It's just the same picture, and they're spreading it around everywhere, of a blonde girl kissing a nog, and they swear up and down it's her. The third hoax going around about her is that, and I've seen this posted, it's usually one commenter in each video on YouTube. If you do a search of her name and you click on each video mentioning her name and talking about this story, there will be one commenter on each video who says that she and the guy who filmed the video are in on it together, and that they pulled this mega hoax on everyone, and they're laughing all the way to the bank with the money, right? So I declare that one's a hoax too. For one, because we know who the guy is now. And by knowing who the guy is, it doesn't mean that means they didn't know each other and aren't in on it together. But it's just unlikely. He's completely alien to her world. She's a stay-at-home mom. You know how they love to call white girls unemployed. But when it's unemployed black females, they call them stay-at-home moms, which is a laughable joke. So in this girl's case, since she's white, we're going to definitely give her the benefit of the doubt and call her a stay-at-home mom, not an unemployed lady. And she has 2 beautiful blonde babies, right? So that's not indicative of a coal burner. Not to say that there aren't white girls that have white children and are married to a white guy and haven't burned coal also, but it's unlikely. You know, the chances of it are slim. Usually a coal burner's already had a mongrel baby, and so whenever she's, anywhere, she's got her mongrel baby in tow. And instead, this lady has 2 blonde babies. So looks to me like she's a nice, normal white lady. And it's not to say that she's nice, perhaps. And I wanted to cover this. I hadn't got to any of my bullet points, really, before the stream cut me off last time. So let me go through some of the other bullet points I have about her. And this is a celebration of her, by the way. We're celebrating that she made more on her donations than Carmelo did publicly. I believe Carmelo was, I think he cashed out at $5.15. She has long surpassed that. She's already at like $5.83 when I checked it on the last stream. And so and who knows how far it's going to go. I hope it just keeps climbing and climbing. This is finally, white people have grown a smidgen of a spine and decided to unify together to give the blacks an F-U, and white people needed to finally do this. This has been a long time coming. It was a perfect scenario. This whole situation ended up being a perfect scenario for this to play out exactly the way it did. If people disagree with giving it to a girl who may perhaps not, some people are saying, oh, she's probably a liberal, whack nut, whatever, not a based white lady, right? Now, my position is, of course, I would rather have been shilling and pushing for one of our based white ladies, like, one of the viewers to the channel here, Miss Loyal White Knight, Deborah of Christ. Any other lady that views the channel here or visits other pro-white sites and is pro-white, a based white lady. Of course, I would prefer a based white lady to be being given all of this support and all of this financial help. But God doesn't always do things the way we would prefer, and so instead it's a girl with a tatted up arm. A lot of guys don't agree with that. I don't agree with ladies trashing their skin like that. It's kind of like a bumper sticker letting the world know that you don't like to make good decisions for your body. And therefore, you probably don't make great decisions about other things in your life. And so, it gives a little bit of credit, or I don't want to say credit, but it gives a little bit of what's the word? It gives a little bit of crud. I can't say the word. I can't come up with it right now. But basically, let me try to reword it, since I can't think of the dang word. That word has just left my mind. But it puts a little bit of plausibility, if you will, into the what I declare is a hoax at this point about her being a drug addict or a meth head or whatever, right? Having a tatted up arm as a lady and the whole top of your hand, everything, it's not a good look. It does allow stories like that to be believable by people who don't know you, you know? And I'm not condemning ladies that have tattoos or any of that. I'm just saying it's not the best decision for, you know, people, especially white people. You know, nothing makes a J happier than seeing a white person who has covered all their beautiful white skin that they so envy with, you know, cartoon colors and stuff all over and billboard looking, you know, and especially if it's like gore and skulls and death. Oh man, that just makes every synagogue roar with glee. They're like, yes, he's trashing his skin. And not only is he doing that, he's putting these stupid, ugly, deathly looking dumb images on his body. What an idiot, you know? And so that's the kind of stuff they just love that kind of stuff, you know? I'll bet the first tattoo parlors were all J's back in the day. So, you know, am I calling her Queen Shiloh because I truly am simping about this girl and think she's the most amazing unit of our people as an example or whatever? No. We're calling her Queen Shiloh because that is what's upsetting the non-whites. You know, they don't want her being called that. They don't like it. We know they're not going to like it. And when white people name someone, that's it. They are whatever it is we name them. And, you know, the non-whites don't really have power like that. Blacks would like to think they do, but they don't really. So but they know that white people do. So when we are the ones declaring that so-and-so is a king or so-and-so is a queen, that's it. You know, like Sky King is a king forever. That's it. Until our 6,000-year trial is up, Sky King will always be a king, a specific king with the name Sky King. And that's just one, you know, example. But the point is, whenever we decide to meme one of our people, name one of our people based on a meme or any other thing, that's it. And so we're pushing this not because we think she's the finest example of our women ever, as far as her own personality and her own behavior and whatever. It's the fact that she's a lady who has broken through the mold. You know, she has. And that's not to say she's the first one. We had a based white lady, last year, who did the same thing. And she was even in more danger because she was older. She was in her 60s. And she was talking to a full-grown nog, not a 12-year-old, which a 12-year-old can be deadly also, ladies. But she was talking to a 6-foot-tall grown one and called him the N-word twice. He was like, "Oh, you called me N-word?" And she was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Say it again in my face." And she said it again, right to his face. You know, that could have got her killed. And the idiot would have tried to have gotten away with it and cried the whole way through court that she called me a nigger, you know. So the bottom line is, white people have to uncuck ourselves from the non-whites at some point, and especially blacks. So this couldn't have happened at a better time. This whole situation just played out very nicely for white people. And let's suppose that one of these hoaxes is true, right? And in case I didn't get to the other hoax, yeah, I think I covered it already, but just in case I didn't, the last of the hoaxes that I was going to mention, or that I think I already did, but in case I didn't, was that they are in on it together, that her and the guy filming came up with the whole idea to hoax the world, and it's this big mega hoax. I'm pretty sure I mentioned it already. But the bottom line is, even if it's any of these three, it'll actually suck if it is the third hoax. If it's that last hoax where her and the guy filming know each other and they pulled that stunt staged, to make all that money. That one would be a bummer. But even if one of the three are the case, she's a meth head, it's staged, she burns coal actually, any of those things, if any of those things are actually the case, it honestly doesn't really, really matter. It doesn't matter all that much. Why would you ask? Well, because the message being sent out is what mattered. Donating to this lady was a slap back at the blacks. A much needed one, by the way. And so now, tonight, we all collectively as white people are swimming around in their heads even more than we usually do. They're upset tonight. They're tripping. And they're going to be upset. The more and more and more money keeps being donated to this lady, the more and more upset they're going to be. And we've already surpassed Carmelo, so who knows how high this thing's going to go. I'll bet you by the end of the stream tonight, she'll be past 600. Because when I took the screenshot, the original screenshot I took to use as a thumbnail tonight, I waited till a little while before the stream, about an hour before the stream, or maybe less, so that the number would be as recent as possible before I started the stream. And so I took the screenshot about 30 minutes or so maybe later. I went ahead and got the stream started and got that picture posted anyway. And just in the time from when I took that screenshot to the second stream we were doing when I started talking, she had gotten $21,000 more donations. So she had went from 562 when I took the screenshot to 583 when I started talking on the stream. So that was in only 1 hour and change, So God bless her. I hope that the money just keeps rolling in. Because, and thank you and God bless you to anyone who donated. Ladies, I don't expect you all to donate. It's bad enough that we force y'all to live in an alligator pit. And so I don't expect ladies to be donating. But if any lady does or did who hears this, thank you as well. God bless you for your help. But this really ought to be coming out of our white men's pockets, White men who should have done this. It shouldn't have had to have been this lady who did this. But had it been a man, they would have just turned it into a shame fest, and all white people would have agreed. Since it's a lady, since it's a white lady, a lot of other ladies will have sympathy for her, who have been harassed by blacks, who have had things stolen from them at playgrounds and everywhere else while they're with their children, who can relate. So since it's a lady, she's going to be given more of the benefit of the doubt than a white man would. And so, white men, we never really have benefit of the doubt given for us. If we're presented as a demon to the public about whatever thing we did, and it has any semblance of having poor taste, whatever it was, all white people mostly default to not giving a crap about the story because it's just another crappy white guy they think in their head. Or if they do care about the story, it's to still be negative about the white guy, And so either way doesn't work out well for us. And so since it was a lady, though, that's what allowed this whole thing to explode. It allowed her, because a guy couldn't have got on GoFundMe and said, oh, I'm fearing for my life now. And everyone would have just totally ignored the dude, And so it had to be a white lady do this, because she can be a victim that people will feel bad for. White guy gets on GoFundMe and says all the same stuff she did, it would have went nowhere. So is it a bummer that this money and support isn't going to a super based white lady? Yes. But for all we know, she is a super based white lady. So there's nothing wrong with the fact that it went to her if she in fact is one. She has 2 blonde babies. That's not indicative of a coal burner. Normally she'd have a mongrel baby in tow. Instead, she has 2 blonde babies, right? She was at the park by herself, all right? A druggie, which is one of the other hoaxes I declare, that's being accused of her, is that she's a druggie. Well, druggies typically have a buddy in tow with them at all times. Even if they're at the park with their kids can play at the park, they would have some acquaintance with them who likes to do the same drug they like to do in tow with them so that they can be buddies and chumming and doing whatever little drug while the kids are playing in the park. Instead, she was alone with her 2 kids, watching her kids, playing with her kids. That's what a stay-at-home mom does. That's the type of behavior you expect to see from a genuine stay-at-home mom who's doing the right thing. So, I declare those 3 bullet point hoaxes, the coal burning picture going around by all the anti-whites, the first one, which is that she's a meth head and all that, a druggie of whatever sort, but they've picked meth particularly. That's the one they're all saying. Or the third hoax, which is that she's in on it with the guy who filmed it, and they've hoaxed everyone all the way to the bank. I declare all 3 of those are hoaxes until proven otherwise. I'm willing to hear out people's story and proof of evidence. It's got to be evidence, not just declarations. I want to see a link. I want to see somewhere in her social media where I can confirm it. But if I do get offered that from someone, I will review it. And I will be doing some of my own research later on my own. I just don't have the time to do it right now. So at some point, I will do my own research to confirm for my own self whether or not she has a history of burning coal or doing meth or whatever. And if there is no indications of that because she's deleted it all or whatever, then I'm going to stay defaulted to all of those were hoaxes. Based on standard observation. That's what we're supposed to go by, standard observation. We're not supposed to go by what people tell you to believe and to disbelieve your lying eyes and all this crap. That's what's got us in this mess of a world we're in now. Instead, we got to go back to standard observation. If it looks like a nigger, it's a nigger. If it looks like a duck, it's a duck. If it acts like a duck, it's a duck. I mean, the whole thing. We have to start calling a spade a spade. We have to start acknowledging things as we observe them, standard observation. Not cucking to whatever narrative someone wants to create about whatever is being presented right in our face. So now that I've covered the 3 bullet point hoaxes that are being spread around about her, let me move on to the next little thing I wanted to talk about her, which is, ladies, whoever listen into this and hear me now in this part of the conversation, please, ladies, don't follow this girl's example. Okay? She could have put herself in severe danger and her children had that dude been a little bigger and a little crazier and a little more black. He would have attacked her and her children and possibly killed all of them right there. Killed her and both her babies. So what she did is absolutely not recommended, not for being cowardice, but for your own safety and the safety of your children. Refrain from doing what Shiloh did or what the based white lady did last year or earlier in the year, because it could get you killed or severely harmed for the rest of your life. You have to understand that they care nothing about going to jail or prison. They laugh after murdering a small white child. They laugh in court while they're being sentenced to a measly 10 years or whatever. They laugh. They don't care. And we understand why. I've explained before. A, because they're the beasts of the field, the unclean beasts of the field. B, because of their envy. They understand who they are compared to us, and we do not. As a white people as a whole, as a populace, do not understand the who's who of our own Bible. Therefore, they don't understand who they are and who we are. But all the non-whites do. All the non-whites do understand that white people are Adam kind. And all of them understand that they are not a part of Adam kind. They understand that our Holy Bible is perfectly explaining them to be the beasts of the field. And so, and this is why their behavior absolutely perfectly matches what you see in the world, in your real life. Okay, when the Bible calls them locusts, why would it call them that? Why? Because when they show up anywhere, all they do is devour and take and take and take and devour. And they don't reciprocate. They don't replant. They don't reseed. They don't rewater. They don't tend to. They don't do any contribution. They take and take and take like a leech or a parasite. They don't contribute. You know that even some parasites contribute to certain hosts' well-beings? I'm sure you all know that, but a lot of folks haven't really thought about that before. That even some parasites reciprocate some form of benefit to their host. Not always, not most of the time, but even sometimes a parasite of a certain type will reciprocate benefits back to their own host, but not these types. These types specifically devour, and they do nothing else. That is what they do. That is what they... Not only is that what they do, but that is what they do consistently worldwide, no matter where you find any of them. You know, if you observe them in their own land, by golly, that's what they're up to. Nothing. If you observe them in our land, what are they up to? Contributing nothing. Crap, I just realized I did not select the category people and blogs. Instead, it defaults to gaming. And so, yeah, the numbers are going to be down because of that. I only just noticed it right now. Oh, well. So, maybe I can change it after the fact, and that'll help it out after the stream's over. But, so to get back to the whole thing about whether or not, she's a good example for us and all that stuff, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if she's the best example unit of our people. We're only calling her queen because, she's the one. She's the one who did it, and got and managed to escape without harm, And that's a blessing. I mean, he followed her all the way to her car. It just so happened it was some like Indian version of a Somali, and he was a little small wimp, so he felt like he couldn't really mess with her, He felt like he would just shame her on the internet, that maybe he would get famous for shaming her, and that she would be, so shamed worldwide that, basically he would have trashed a white person without even having to touch them. And I'm thankful that it ended up being someone his size and that wasn't psycho enough to just go ahead and attack her, and attack the children. But ladies, please don't follow in her footsteps, even though you see her making all this money and donations and all this being showered with support. That's not a typical case. I think we're going to have a one-off situation. I think this is a one-off thing where this one white lady ever is going to enjoy this benefit. Excuse me. I've been having to talk really loud today. I was in a loud environment all day during Sabbath, and so my voice is almost gone. So I apologize if I sound a little rough tonight. But, excuse me. So we're basically just sending a message, and it happened to be this lady. She happened to do it to the right idiot at the right time, who really came upon her at the right time. She was minding her own business. It wasn't like she was out looking to call someone a nigger. She was minding her business, being a proper white woman with her kids at the park, middle of the day. No nog should be walking around at a park with little kids where he doesn't have any kids, and he's been in trouble for diddling kids before, and a slew of other things he's been in trouble for before. And that's a thing in the future, we're going to have to do. After we remove all the non-whites from our country, this is just a quick side note, and then I'll get back to Shiloh, but it's just triggering my memory of this. But in the future, after we've removed all the non-whites from our country, after the Great Day, when we reestablish our laws, one of the things we're going to do in our laws is we're going to establish a law that single people, be it a man or a woman, are banned from being anywhere near a children's park. And so parks will have an age limit. You can only be up to, say, 9 or 10 years old, and that's it. And that may sound like, oh, that's a bummer. Why wouldn't you let the 12 and 11 and 13-year-old kids play there? Because 10, 11, 13-year-olds, all that, are a little too big to be running around on a freaking playground thing with toddlers and 8-year-olds. Okay, that's how they get knocked over and stomped on and bullied, literally. And so by the time a kid is about 10 years old, he really has no business playing on the playground with the toddlers anymore. He's twice their height, twice their weight, twice their development as far as what his interests are mentally and everything else. Really, they have no business playing in the same arrangements that are made for toddlers. So, I think our parks, we should make a law where our parks have a certain age limit, and that you are not allowed to be at a park unless you have children there with you. And they can't be rent-a-kids. It's got to be your kid, or it don't have to be your kid, but there needs to be some. We're going to have to monitor our children areas much better, okay? Because we've had white predators, all through the years too, that scoop a kid up from a playground or a school grounds. You know what I mean? Whether they were on a playground or not, but just maybe they were walking from one building to another, and some dude gets them, and so. Because of even our own bad examples, we're going to have to create much better laws. And we'll have to, and I declare we should have an officer, even though like now we have, because of non-whites, we have to have an officer at every school now, which didn't have to exist until the 1990 mud flood. But now that we do have a cop at every school, rather than them getting to just sit on their butt in their office, hanging out until some fight of the blacks breaks out, or until some black shoots someone at the school, instead they could be actually earning their money every day by being at the entrance, and we should set up our kids' schools where there's only one entrance, and an emergency exit that's only used for emergency exit and can't be entered in any way, shape, or form from, the other way by someone. That way, the only place that one cop needs to be for that school is the entrance, right? And every person that comes in the vicinity of that school has to stop at that cop, show their ID, present to them why they're gonna be there. And if they're childless and have no child going to that school, they have no business being there. Therefore, they're rejected from being in the area. But to get back to Shiloh, I just wanted to do that quick side note thing because there's all these little laws that we need to rewrite or create a new version of to correct the mistakes that we've been making along the way now. Notwithstanding the non-whites and all the problems we get from them, but even from our own people. If we had just done our laws a little different and we had just configured our infrastructure a little different, we could have prevented even more of our white children from being attacked or killed by even our own kind. And yes, these implementations would work excellently to thwart off a lot of the non-whites from having access to our white children. But the idea is we're not going to be able to get these type of laws created until we have passed the great day and our country is all pure white again. And once that time frame comes, that's when we will be restructuring our laws. And so that's when we'll be able to finally create and restructure our not only our laws but our infrastructure as far as like how you get in and out of the schools. That way we can structure them where a cop by himself can monitor basically anyone that comes on the property. All these other major corporations do this no problem every day. If you try to go to whatever major corporation, you can't even get in their parking lot because the first thing you got to come to when you get to their property is a security guard at a security gate. So you can't get on their front yard. You can't have access to the doors of the building. You can't go anywhere near their, employee lounge area outside. You can't get to the smoking section. You can't get to anything. And that's how our schools should be. Our schools should be not accessible, not accessible unless you go through this one cop who isn't going to let you through unless you have proper business there. And that alone, just that one implementation, would cut down on so many white children from being harmed or being killed, being kidnapped, being terrorized for the rest of their life for whatever time they were kidnapped. And even if they survive it and get rescued, they're going to live with that terror the rest of their life, And of course, capital punishment for any heinous crimes. I don't care what it is, no more of this putting people in jail and paying for them to live for the whole rest of their life. And the only bummer is that they have to be stuck in jail and be bored and be stuck in jail. No, that's nowhere near the terror and the fright and the pain and the suffering and the agony and the misery that they caused someone. And so they're going to, since it wouldn't be humane of us to have one of our own good people causing the same terror and torture back to them, to inflict eye for an eye punishment, which I do agree with, because remember, executioners were hard to have. And when we did finally find someone who was willing to do executions back in the day, most people wouldn't have anything to do with that poor executioner or his family because they thought of him as a killer, And this would be the same scenario if we were trying to do eye for an eye punishments as our justice. which of course I would prefer. But that would mean that we would have to have a good person do morbid, sinister things to another, upright biped. And just the ability to do that at all, whether it's being done in the name of justice, an avengement of a victim or whatever, it's still so morbid and so incorrect for us good people to be doing to anyone that it's just too much to ask of one of our good people to do. So capital punishment's it. That's it. That's the only solution. The only other solution is the stupid keep them in jail their whole life, which is dumb, gay, retarded, pointless, counterproductive even, because half the time they end up getting out for some freaky reason 5 years later, 12 years later, whatever, and then they never really learned their lesson, because once a nog is out of jail, it's as though he never went. Once he's back to having, a burger down the street at his favorite joint and hanging out at the Kona store, and he's seeing all of his homies that also got out of jail that he was in jail with. Now he's out, they're out. It's time to roll around and have fun again and do the same exact stuff they used to do before. So they don't, it's not like they go to jail. White people have this big misconception that, a black gets out of jail and they go, man, I'm never doing any of that stuff anymore, man. I'm flying right. I'm going to do, I'm getting a job right away. I'm going to be there every morning, first thing. I'll be the first one there. I'll be early every day. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to earn my money. I'm going to live right. They tell themselves that while they're in jail sometimes. Some of them do. But as soon as they get out and they're back at the Kona store and they're back to doing they can do all the same stuff they did the day before they ever went in, they go right back to the way they were. And so now, granted, once we have restructure of our country, they'll already be gone. So they won't be an issue at that point. But it would be nice if we could implement more harsh laws in this time, like capital punishment now while they're still here. But the problem is it will only be used on whitey. It's a miracle that non-white got put to death recently in South Carolina or wherever it is. That's amazing, because it's so hard to get a non-white put to death. I mean, look at the millions of murders. They've literally murdered over 1 million of our people in the last, 8 years or 10 years the most. And none of them are on, they might be on, some of them might be on death row, but none of them have been executed. Absolutely zero. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there have been 3 or 4 in those 10 years, but we're talking 3 or 4. We're not talking 1 million. So 3 or 4 out of 1 million means basically 0. So I'm looking forward to the great day. And then once the great day has passed, we will start restructuring our government, our infrastructure, our laws. We will reword our laws to specify the difference between white people and the rest of the upright bipeds of the world. We will return and restore our country to a white Christian fascist country. And for any conservative who hears me say that and goes and cringes up and goes, oh my God, it's just because you don't understand what fascism is. All right. Anyone who's against fascism is just a cucked idiot who doesn't understand what fascism means. You hear the conservatives like Charlie Cuck and Prager Jew and all those places say, fascism, the state controls production, blah, blah, blah. It has nothing to do with any of that. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's all horseshit. Fascism means the laws of your religion are the laws of your government. And that is what our country was. The laws of our Holy Bible were the laws of our country. There was never any such garbage as separation of church and state. That's all made up horse crap that was suggested in a letter from one politician to another It has nothing to do with our founding documents. It says it nowhere in them because it has nothing to do with them. In fact, all of our entire government structure is in God we trust. We have it on license plates. We have it on driver's license. We have it on paperwork. We have it on state seals. We have it, or used to, maybe not nowadays, but we used to have it on state seals. We've had it on our money. Our preambles of each of our states start off with in the year of our Lord, meaning our Lord Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible. That's what it means. It doesn't mean in the year of our Lord 1779 or 1776 or 1778, whichever year whatever year some constitution of some state was being written. The year of our Lord means the year of our Lord Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible, white man's religion. It doesn't mean the year of our Lord Krishna, if you want it to be, or Buddha, if you like, or Muhammad, or Allah, or any of this crap. It means the year of our Lord Jesus Christ of the Holy Bible, white man's religion. That's what it meant. And that's what all of our constitutions start that way in their preambles. Almost every one of them. I'm pretty sure it's every one of them. And we have other bits and points of proof that our country is a white Christian fascist country. Another good example is the 1790 Naturalization Act. The 1790 Naturalization Act confirms that America was created for white people by white people. It was only created for white people. The only people who could even be naturalized in America officially are free white persons of good character. And if you were not a Christian in our white Christian country, back when these documents were being founded or being drafted, you would not have been considered to be by anyone as having good character. All right, so the whole idea of our country being anything other than a white Christian fascist country is absurd. That is what America is. And it's not founded to be for us to all be Catholics, okay? We literally created the United States because we fled the Catholic Church. We fled the Jew-controlled Catholic Church. The Jews have controlled the Catholic Church since 40 A.D. Since 40 A.D. You know what that means? That means the entirety of its existence. The Jews have controlled the Catholic Church and used the Catholic Church to murder 60 million white Christians over a period of 1,260 years, which was prophesied in our Holy Bible, by the way. And they killed them for two reasons: being caught keeping Sabbath, or you didn't have to keep Sunday. Sunday was the day, but you didn't have to keep it. You know, they forced Sunday on our people starting in 366 A.D. with the Council of Laodicea. The church codified it and declared that the church had the authority to change God's fourth commandment and to change God's Sabbath from Sabbath to Sunday. They brag about it. They write about it. There are plenty of quotes about it from archbishops, cardinals, popes. Read them yourself. And so the Catholic Church is the Jewish subverted option to keep Christians duped, to keep them thinking they're Christians, but all the while they have them doing everything opposite of what the Holy Bible says. And I can break down all those details too, but I don't want to keep going on the Catholic Church rant or the tangent on that. I'm trying to stay focused on Shiloh for a little while and the nuances that come from it and are a part of it. I don't think we will have another one of these big fundraisers for another based white person. I think this one statement is going to be the one and only statement we get from white people. It would be awesome if white people could start going out and going, fuck you, nigger, and bam, we give them $1 million, and then every white person just fucking helps other white people. Like, all the white people help each white person out till we're all doing better from taking words back that belong to us. You know, the word nigger belongs to white people. I mean, we own the word. We created the word. And so it goes beyond that. It's a more important thing than it's a word that we created. We created every word they use. Every English word is our creation. So every word that you ever hear a Boone utter that isn't their own kind's click noises is white people's words. They are white people's words. Every word they say is a white person word. So I don't care so much about that as I care about the fact that white people are being told that we are forbidden to say something that anyone else who's not white is allowed to say. That's not to say that an Indian is welcome to say nigger, as far as the blacks are, concerned. And that's not to say that that some Mexican could be like, oh, fuck you, nigger, SA, blah, 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 and not cause the black to be upset with the Mexican. You know what I mean? But what I mean is white people specifically are the ones who it's a power. It's a power grip on white people. It's a weapon. It's a weapon being used against white people to control us, to censor us, to control our feelings about being victimized by a certain race, the most violent race that exists. And it's basically weaponized, obviously, just like the word racism, you know, the scary R word. Also, our N word. White people have an N word, Nazi. And so that's all it really is. It's just meant to be used as a weapon against us so that, you know, the blacks have an excuse to attack us, you know, and then get away with it according to society. So, of course, all of y'all already know that. So I'm not trying to teach anybody anything there. I was just rehashing that part to say, knowing all of that, this will probably be the one and only time, because white people are still so cucked about the entire scenario that even though we have this one rise up, right? We have this one FU. It's only really happening because of the Carmelo situation. If it hadn't been for the Carmelo situation happening just before this, you know, then I doubt that it would have taken off like it did. In fact, I think that if even just a little more time had went by between the Carmelo instance and then this incident, if enough time had passed between them, I don't think she would be getting the support from white people that she's getting. She's only getting it because of the timing. The timing is so perfect. It happened right after this slap in the face to white people by all the blacks with Carmelo. So this is just a clapback at them. That's all this is. And once this is over, I would love to say it's going to keep going. I encourage us to keep this trend going. Gosh, that would be it'd be a dream come true. I mean, my soul has been smiling all day. Every 2 hours, I would check my phone. I was doing stuff, you know, and whatever, but every couple of hours, when I could step away from everyone and I couldn't get off in the quiet anywhere, so I couldn't really listen to anything on YouTube or anything, but I would just go to her page. I had just had it on a tab on my phone, and I was refreshing it and checking. And every couple of hours, that thing going up 20,000, 20,000, 40,000. I'm like, thank you, God. Thank you, Lord. Yes, thank you. You know, and thank you to all white people who donated. Men and women, thank you all. God bless you all for it. But I don't expect our ladies to be donating. If you did, thank you, and that's great, and God bless you, and that's awesome. But from now on, don't feel like you ladies need to be contributing, all right? This war needs to be fought by our men, all right? And that includes financially. So whenever we decide we're going to meme someone, lift them up, support them in some way, go ahead and let the men do it, all right? It's bad enough we force y'all to live and go outside every day and be surrounded in an alligator pit. White men have failed you. That's why you are surrounded up to your ear holes in non-whites every time you leave your house. And so it is our fault, and it is our responsibility as the white men to uncuck all other white men so that we can all rise up together collectively as a people of white men and correct our country back to what you ladies are supposed to be enjoying. So until that time happens, I don't recommend ladies do what Shiloh did at all. In fact, I would recommend not doing what Shiloh did. She could have got herself and her babies killed or severely injured for the rest of their lives had it just been a slightly bigger, slightly crazier, slightly blacker Boone. But for the men, you know, that's a little different. Now that we've had the Pandora's box opened, I think men can take the reins from the lady now, and I think we can move along. Now, we're not going to get support like she did, so don't go around thinking you're going to make $1 million calling some nog a nigger. But what I do mean is, sorry about that. I bumped the mute button. But what I do mean is we're going to have to start being more creative and bold out in public. Now, I'm not saying go out in public and just say nigger out in public all the time. What I mean is you've got to come up with clever ways to talk in front of non-whites that puts them that makes them feel unwelcome in our country or uncomfortable, or reminds them that we know that they are inferior as far as their, you know, status in the world. And it doesn't mean that one of them can't outjump a white person or can't outdrive a car that better than some white people can, or any kind of bullshit that white people can do. You know, that doesn't matter, because it doesn't mean that they're not inferior. It means that they found one thing or two things that they managed to do better than some white people at. But there will still be plenty of examples of white people on the whole per capita that blow away that one anomalous black's ability or whatever. You know, like Tiger Woods, a good example. Tiger Woods, he's not even black. He's a Mick. He's a mongrel. But the blacks claim, you know, and all that. And so let's just pretend he's a black, right? Well, for every one Tiger Woods, there are hundreds of white guys who play golf almost just as good. And if you were to compare per capita to the blacks, there are almost no blacks that play golf nearly as well. Now, that's probably a bad example because it's golf, and that's not really a thing blacks are into. That was just one that popped in my head. I mean, we could go with basketball. We could go with football. We could go with whatever stupid sport. We could go with other things. You know, it could be DJing or singing or track and field or whatever. For every one black that's good at something, there are hundreds of white guys who are just as good or better or almost exactly as good as that one anomalous black. You know, I guess black surgeon would be a good example. There's no such thing, but if there ever was one, like a lot of white people are duped into believing that Ben Carson is one, right? He is not one. He has never touched a living child's brain and then that child live. No such thing as that. There's no one walking around as an adult going, yeah, I was going to die as a kid, but thanks to good old Ben Carson, you know, he would have been chasing hyenas, but instead he was operating on my brain and saved my life, and here I am, 35 years old, doing fine. No, there's no such thing as that. All right? So there's no such thing as a black surgeon, right? But if there was, right, if if there was something like Grey's Anatomy or whatever show duped white people into believing there was a such thing, it would be one, right? And so for that one black that actually is capable and competent to be a proper surgeon, there would be 10,000, no, 250,000 white surgeons that are absolutely as good as that one or way better. And then what about all the rest of the blacks? Oh, nope, no more surgeons, just that one, you know? And so what happens is when they have one black out of the whole mess of the black, of the whole 40 million or whatever exists, this one black can manage to do something, right? They can't do all kinds of stuff. This is one, they're usually one-trick ponies, right? They can do this one thing, whatever it is. They all, as a group of upright bipeds, as, quote, the blacks, or the community, as they like to call themselves nowadays, they all claim that thing, you know? So all of a sudden, blacks as surgeons, they would say, oh, we's as surgeons, we was surgeons. No, this one black became a surgeon. Not all of you, this one, right? And so that doesn't mean y'all was surgeons, and it doesn't mean that all of you are capable of being surgeons. It means this one anomalous, freaky scenario exists that's more like a birth defect because of its anomaly of its existence than anything else. And so when white people accomplish things, we teach many other white people to do it, and many other white people know how to do it. So we have many thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilots. We have hundreds of thousands of surgeons. We have hundreds of thousands of all of these highly critical occupations. And so, like, look at deep sea underwater welding, you know. Where are you going to find any blacks to do that? Meanwhile, deep sea underwater welding has been happening for 80 years. You know, who do you think would run cables all the way from one continent to another across entire ocean floors and build ships big enough to do it and come up with the rubber and cables, metallurgy, all this stuff, mine all the metals, you know, sift all the ore, refine all the metals, create them all the way, you know, from ore through the foundry to a usable product? I mean, there's just no comparison. Non-whites look at white people they're just baffled at all the things white people have done and created. And I keep getting off topic, so I'm going to go right back to the topic again. I don't think this will be a recurring thing. I sure wish it would be. I wish that white people would support white people constantly, like the non-whites are supported, like Shiloh is being supported in this example. And, you know, just because I'm saying I wish we could, it doesn't mean we won't. It doesn't mean it's not possible. It's totally possible. It's just we have to make it happen, you know, and I don't have confidence that white people have enough wherewithal in them to continually support more and more white people who stand up against Jews, against blacks, against whoever, you know. I sure hope I'm wrong. I hope to God that it doesn't age well, me saying that tonight. I hope and pray that I'm eating crow off of not having confidence in our people to continue this trend. It'll be the most delicious crow I've ever had if I end up having to eat crow for that statement. But you know how white people are. I know how white people are. We're all flabbergasted that this even happened at all. that white people are actually coming together in such force. But I really think it's only because of the timing, only because it was this lady, only because she's fairly attractive. You know, I'm not saying she's super hot. I'm just saying she's not some fugly slob example of our people. You know, and I know that a lot of our unkept type ladies are pretty much just ignored no matter what happens to them. And even all these beautiful examples of girls who've been murdered by blacks, there's been no riots. There's been none of us go out and hunt those idiots down after they're released from jail the next day. You know, and shame on all of us white men for not doing so. But we have allowed ourselves to be put in a cage where now, you know, we depend on our livelihood, our job. Even the YouTube shecklers, they're in the same boat. They want to be famous. They want people to recognize their face. They want their channel to grow and grow and grow. And that's what becomes the focus of their existence, is growing their channel more and more. Endless growth, more and more and more. And that takes focus away from the whole point of being pro-white and being online and trying to support our people. So, you know, of course, I wouldn't be able to be monetized explaining the truths that I explain on this channel. But if I could be, I still would not be. In fact, the last channel I had, and all the channels before it, but specifically the last channel I had, if ever there was a channel I could have made a gob of money off of, it would have been the channel I had just before this channel. I had, 7,000 subs. I had every video I would hit anywhere from like 8,000 to, 50,000 views on average. Maybe 50,000 might be high for saying the word average afterward. Maybe I would average 35,000, something like that. But I got tens of thousands of views per video most often. And they were topics that, not every video were topics that weren't controversial, but most of my videos were not topics that the government was trying to silence at the time. And so, because I wasn't naming the J, and I wasn't openly being pro-white. So because I wasn't doing those two forbidden things, I did get videos struck a lot. I ended up having like 75 videos struck, which is a lot. But they, they didn't purge me through those first two, or that first purge that happened while I had that channel. They didn't purge me in that purge. They skipped me by because they were busy knocking out pro-white channels. They were knocking out Peter J. Peters, Pastor Peter J. Peters channels. They were knocking out, we had some pro-whites back then that were openly pro-Germans from the 30s and the whole thing. And I wish I could remember the one guy's name. I used to really get entertained by his videos because he would just get on there and say everything the way I say. And I don't know, I guess he didn't have a job, so he didn't have to worry about losing his job or whatever. But God bless him, because he used to say all the things that need to be said. And he would say it right on the camera, right to everyone. And all these people would be in the comments, talking trash and hating on him. And he was like, whatever, I don't care. I don't care. You can say whatever you want, but this is all true. Kiss my ass. This is all true. You don't like it. Too freaking bad. Somebody needs to say it. And so I wish I knew that guy's name still. I can't remember it anymore. It's been so long, because he was purged in the 2018 purge also. In fact, I don't think they got him on the March 3rd, 2018 when I think they got him the next purge after that, because I don't think he started his channel till after that purge. So they got him on the 2020 purge is when they got rid of him. And, the bottom line is at some point, white people are going to have to start sticking together. And this this Shiloh incident is our first stepping stone. That's really what it is. You know, a lot of the pro-whites want to feel like this is a huge leap forward for us. You know, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Maybe it will be. But for now, it's just a stepping stone until we see white people actively doing this, actively supporting our own people every time the non-whites attack them. Actively supporting them whether they are a man or a woman, not just a good-looking lady, but a man also, right? We don't support the men who get caught up in anti-white stuff because they're men. And there is no benefit of the doubt given to them. And there's just not as much concern. You know, we do not get to enjoy an abundance of empathy like our ladies do. And that's fine. I'm not against that, because our ladies do they do deserve extra care. You know, that is what part of us being white chivalrous people is all about. So it's just that is the fact, though. That's the fact. The fact is that white men are not going to be given the same sympathy and empathy that white ladies are when they are attacked by non-whites, be it online or in real life or whatever. So we have to be more creative with what we do, and so that, you know, we're not put in the situation of being canceled, if you will, or whatever, with our jobs and or whatever. And so because white people are stuck in this pigeonhole, I can't guesstimate even how much longer we're going to have to wait until all white people finally snap out of their freaking cuckery. And, you know, again, a lot of the over optimistic pro whites think that we're winning, and we're, you know, a lot of them feel like we've won a huge bulk of the white population over, especially the Trumpers. The Trumpers really think that stuff, you know. They think that like the bulk of white people love Trump, when really they don't. I mean, you can go out and ask white people on your own, you know, random ones though, not ones walking around with a Trump hat at the freaking rodeo. But I mean, you know, you go out in town and you ask any old white person that walks by, hey, pop quiz, Trump, good or bad? You like him or not? And a lot of them do not. A lot of white people are not a Trump fan. But you would never get a Trumper to believe that right now, because they think, you know, that, oh, we just won over the majority of white people, and more are waking up every day. And while that may be true, the cuckery level is still so great that the little numbers we're getting, it's literally just peanuts. It's dust. It's particles of dust compared to the entire bucket of dirt that we're in. And you can confirm that with yourselves anytime by watching a few moments of Afro Ball when the camera scans across the stadium seats. You know, it's packed full of white people cheering on their favorite N-words. So until our white people shed the cuckery of watching blacks play Afro Ball, we're basically doomed. We can't battle our way out of this, because our own people are not going to help. They're not going to participate, you know, and they sit around, even some of the ones who've shed Afro Ball and have become pro-white and have become based mostly, will still go with the stupid lines like, oh, not all, you know, not all are bad, you know, they love to put that in their comment, or they'll put something like, you know, the one famous one, I'm sure all of you see it all the time, that says, it's not all of them, but it's always them. Whenever it's like some crime that happened, you know, and they comment that. I correct them with a reply to their comment, and I put, it's all of them. And the reason why I do is twofold. The first reason I respond that way to those people who put that stupid comment is it is all of them. They just chimp out at different times in their life. You can't set a date or a time on when a particular one is going to chimp out, right? So one nog may exist in white society and make it all the way till he's 25 years old before he chimps out. He may make it all the way to 45 before he chimps out, or even 61. Most of them start chimping out when they're kids. All through school they chimp out, and all through young adulthood they chimp out. But I'm talking about the exceptional nog that manages to behave somehow all the way through high school and perhaps joins our military, right? And then he gets even more disciplined. But we all know that there's also a lot of corruption that you learn in the military also. You don't just learn discipline. You also learn obedience to even someone you disagree with because they're your superior. The same mentality that cops are duped into following. And so, even though they are given discipline, more discipline, they are also taught a lot of thuggery. And so that's right up a black's alley by nature anyway, right? So then you have, even if they've made it all the way through into adulthood and didn't chimp out, and then made it all the way through their military service, then they get out and they're out in the free world. They might make it another 5 years. They might make it 25 years later. But at some point in their life, they will chimp out. And between you and I right now, yes, they're right. It's not all of them, every single one, okay? But that's not what we need to be putting in the comment section of freaking videos, because what it does is it keeps our white people cucked into giving all of them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, since not all of them, so you can't ever just blame one, because after all, it might be one of the ones that is part of the not all. So we have to shed that stupidity. We have to start correcting idiots who put that stupid comment and put, it's all of them. Because white people don't have time to sift through the blacks to determine who is anti-white, who hasn't chimped out yet but may someday, who perhaps might live their whole life and die and never chimp out. And by the way, the ones typically who never chimp out ever through their life are ones that are going after white women all the time. And they only want to date white women, and they only want to get with a white woman. They end up marrying a white woman. They end up having mongrel babies with a white woman, ruining that white woman. So even those who, and I still declare they chimp out at some point in their life. Therefore, it's all of them. But the bottom line is, even one that you think is a good example of one, right, or any of that garbage, you would be wrong, because they are still ruining, defiling white women, trying to date only white women, trying to marry a white woman, trying to have kids with only a white woman. So it's still counterproductive to support their existence also. Between stupid statements like that, and then, not just that statement, it's the whole concept of the cuckery of blacks. We have, and I've mentioned this before in other streams, that we have these mudding events and country big truck tug of war events and all this stuff all the rednecks, the people who should be out there playing nothing but white people music the whole time. They're out there enjoying a 100% white person activity, with 100% white people inventions. And what are they blaring out of all their speakers, out of every side-by-side and every mutter truck and every monster truck and every mud buggy and all these different things? What are they blasting out of their speakers, y'all? Freaking click noise, mumble rap click noises. And what are all the country girls doing? As soon as a camera points at them, they start twerking. And so, this is the problem with our people, is even the ones you would consider to be, who ought to be based, are not based at all. They're completely cucked by the blacks and by either their music, which I don't like calling it music, but by their version of what they consider music, and especially by that one. I would say rap has a strong grip on white people by far than blacks in TV shows or movies or any of that. And I'm sure all of you would agree just based on standard observation. So rap is like the modern curse on our country. It has duped so many white people into doing so much stupid shit with blacks, be it becoming a wigger or are white girls sleeping with blacks because it's been fashionized to twerk and listen to rap and all this crap, and cheer them on sports, during Afro Ball and all this crap. I mean, you see an average 20-something-year-old girl driving down the road. She pulls up next to you at the stoplight. You turn your music all the way down and have a listen. She'll be blaring some stupid freaking rap song. And, you don't want to be a white woman who listens to rap. I can tell you that right now. That is an off-limits thing for me. I will never date a white girl who remotely interested in rap. I will only date white women who think rap is stupid and retarded. And those are few and far between now. But I'm from Generation X, and so it is easier for me to find women my age group who do still think that way, who lived before rap became a thing, and can see the degeneracy it has caused from before and after. So rap is the main plague upon our country right now, as far as what's keeping the locusts bolstered against us, and ruining so many of our people. So many of our people willingly ruin themselves on top of that. And in the 80s, it was black actors and black rock musicians. You had Prince and whatever, Houston, Michael Jackson, all those idiots. And white people were just as cucked about them back then as the wiggers were in the 2000s and the 90s. So we're going to have to, when we, on the great day, after the great day comes, we're banning rap music. That garbage is banned. Period. Dot. No more low IQ, third world stupidity. Music will go back to having to be intricate and white, and it won't have to be some heavily policed thing. Once blacks are gone, and once we phase rap out, ban rap, within weeks or months, our white kids are finally going to be all back to proper music again. You know what I mean? They won't miss it for that long, because they'll start playing all the good white tunes that we already have millions of classics that are instant hits, that were instant hits the day they were made, and they've stayed hits all these years, all these decades, whatever. They will have a rekindling with all those things, and when they do, they will be satisfied and happy and even overjoyed with their newfound love for their people's music again. And that will inspire many more of our white children to become musicians again And we have many white musicians, children. You look in the bands and stuff at schools and stuff. It's majority white most of the time. So we still are cranking out many musicians and all that, but the ratio will be much higher, or the percentage, I should say, of white people per capita will be much higher with proper musicians again. We'll have more white intellectual children again. It'll be fashionable again to be good at academic activities that are competitive, like chess teams and debate teams, right? Civics classes, things like that. Those will become like a fashionable thing again, Not considered something that's like dumb and nobody wants to do it. Not that it's dumb. Academics is obviously opposite of that, but I mean, boring, uninteresting, whatever. Instead, those things will be in style again because, again, in the 80s, I've tried to articulate this before, the aura, the existence that people enjoyed in the 1980s and before. Basically what it was it was like this peer pressure that existed among all white people to stay up with the Joneses, to be as good as all the other white people around you. It wasn't fashionable to be like, screw what everybody else is doing. I'm doing my own thing, it wasn't like that. Everyone wanted to be as good as all the other white people. And so just to give a silly example, it would be like, we were trend following, so like if the popular girl in school started wearing Guess jeans, well, all the other girls got to have Guess jeans now. And you would think, oh, well, that sounds like a crappy situation. Everybody was followers. Everybody was just trend followers. But it wasn't. It sounds worse than what it was. It actually was great to live that way because we set new trends all the time among our own people, and it created our identity. That was our culture. That's part of our culture, is creating new styles and new ideas of how we do our hair, how we dress, what type of shoe designs we're wearing. And all of that can start being inspired again the right way once we have commenced the Great Day and removed all the non-whites from our country and restore our country. That by default, our country will be restored at that point. How long is it going to be before people finally uncuck themselves? I don't know. Gosh, I sure wish I did. I wish I could tell y'all, hold on, y'all, just hang in there. Only 2 more years to go, or, just hang on tight. We got another 3-4 years and we're done, or, pace yourselves, y'all. We got another 15 years to go, or I wish I could give you a time, but I just don't know. None of us do. And when you look at an Afro ball game, and I demand of our white people who listen to this stream, do not be watching any Afro ball, period, dot. I don't want to hear excuses. I don't want to hear your conservative excuses. I don't give a shit about any excuse you may vomit out of your mouth. If you're watching blacks on TV for any sport at all, you are helping them keep a bolstered existence in our country. You are helping worthless niggers make millions and millions, billions actually, of dollars off of our people. You are helping white girls be duped into sleeping with blacks, ruining themselves forever, by the way. I hope you realize every time a white girl ever sleeps with a non-white, she's ruined right then, says our Holy Bible, from the first time ever. I've tried to explain before what abomination means in our Bible, and it's a resultant word of the word fornication. Okay, without fornication, there's no abomination. But when you have fornication, and then the woman gets pregnant from the fornication, which means race mixing, the resultant mongrel offspring is what's called an abomination in our Holy Bible. So if you watch Afroball, you are contributing to the ruin of our women and children. You're contributing to, you're extending how long it's going to take before white people rise up together and cause and commence the great day. You, in other words, are part of the problem. You're just as much of a problem as every black that's murdered a white child. You're just as much of a problem as the piece of crap yitty diddler who filmed Shiloh the other day and tried to shame her on the internet. You're exactly as bad as the worst black who's ever walked our soil if you watch Afroball. I hope you understand that. You're absolute worthless garbage to our people, an absolute cucked failure of the white race that our own ancestors would rightfully hang and deem that you were mentally deficient. If you cheer on blacks to be in our government, Byron Donalds to be a senator or whatever crap, Vivek to be in the FBI like y'all were cheering on. I don't want to say y'all might be listening in, but any conservative, you know you're guilty. If you know you're guilty of that crap, you need to snap out of your cuckery forever. Forever. Do not ever, the rest of your life. First thing you need to do is repent to God that you ever did it all. Okay, because cheering on a non-white to be in any position of our government is literally anti-biblical. Our God told us, put no stranger above you. That means put no non-white above your people. We're not even supposed to have them living among us. God told us, live separate. Be ye segregated, basically is what he said. Separate means segregated. Be ye separate. Come out of her, meaning the world. Come out of the world. What is the world? The world of non-whites. Be ye separate. He didn't mean for white people to be off one at a time as individuals out in the woods, one at a time, all our own. He meant for our group of people to be separate from all the others, segregated. Why? So our white women and children can walk freely among our society without having to worry about a Somali or a Hindu or an Indian or, well, those are the same thing, an Indian or a Mexican or whoever attacking them. Without having to worry about blacks attacking them. I mean, all you have to do is look at the slideshow I have going tonight. It's example after example after example, 900 examples of why God told us, be ye separate. So, if you know you're guilty, anyone listening, if you know you're guilty of supporting, cheering on online or anything, some non-white to be in our government, shame on you. You're absolutely worthless to our race. You need to repent of ever doing such a thing. Now, when you were cucked, that's fine. But now that you know better, do not ever do any such thing again, or you will absolutely be a worthless piece of crap to our race. Okay? You have no reason ever, no business ever in cheering on or voting for or supporting online or anything the idea of putting a non-white in any position of our government, ever. And you should never, ever be watching them play Afroball. You should never watch any movie that blacks are in as actors. You shouldn't even be watching fiction to begin with. You realize movies are just some Jew's imagination, right? Some anti-white, anti-Jesus Christ Jew's wild imagination. That's all a movie is. That's why I call them Juvies. That's all they are. They're just some anti-Christ, anti-white piece of shit's wild imagination. And you can come up with whatever cuck-served excuse you want. Oh, I just watch them to decode them. I just watch them looking for clues. No, you're just watching them. That's what it is. You like fiction. Fiction is just as addictive of a drug as any other addictive drug. Think of how many people have what they call my show. Oh, my show comes on at 7 on Thursday nights. I got to be home for it. Or I got to make sure, back in the day, I got to make sure the DVR records it. I ain't going to be able to make it home on time. I got to make sure the DVR is set to record my show. I've mentioned this before in other streams. You only have X amount of thousands of days to live in your life total. All right? And so knowing that, why would you waste even one day, even a few hours, focused on fiction, a Jewish imagination? Not a bunch of Jews' imagination, just one Jew's imagination even, you know? Shlomo Sheckelberg's imagination. You're going to waste 2 hours of your life on Shlomo Sheckelberg's imagination? Fiction is garbage. It's a life waster, time waster 3000. That's all it is. Just a huge time waster. You know? Think about it. Each movie you watch, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Now, how many movies have you watched in your life? Add that up. And TV shows are even worse. Gosh, you've probably watched, 100,000 hours of TV shows. Maybe more. You might have watched 1 million hours. I don't know how many hours we have in life, but you may have watched hundreds of thousands of hours of just TV shows. Stuff that comes on when you get off work. You watch till the news comes on. Then you watch the fake news. Then you go to bed. You might up and watch a little bit of the anti-white late night talk show host and then go to bed. But all of that stuff is a waste of your time. If you're not reading reference material, if you're not watching a video that has something to do with truth, standard, basic reality observations, current events, then you're just wasting your time. Now, that's not to say that we aren't allowed to waste some time, but you still shouldn't waste it on fiction. Again, a Jewish imagination. Instead, pick a hobby. And whenever you decide, okay, I'm going to dedicate an hour a day or 2 hours a day or whatever, depending on how much time you have in a day, downtime, that you like to sit online and watch videos. Watch videos about hobbies that you like. Pick things that you've always wondered how to do it, but you've never actually learned how to do it. And you know that there's got to be 1,000 videos on YouTube of people showing how they do it, how to do whatever that thing is. Pick that instead. Instead of wasting 2 hours on watching some Jewish imagination, spend 2 hours learning about how to do something, you've always been curious about how to do it. And in 2 hours' time of watching videos about that subject, you won't even have to watch that many hours. You probably watch 25, 30 minutes of something and be like, all right, I get the gist of that now. Now I understand how that's done or why they do it a certain way or whatever your curiosity about that thing was. And time is even more critical for us right now because the great day hasn't come yet. We have to commence it. We haven't commenced it yet because we haven't been keeping our Sabbath. We haven't been learning all the things we need to learn. And we're cucked. So our people are in a dire situation right now. I realize it feels like we had this massive victory. And metaphorically, we did. Financially, we overcame them, only by a little bit, by the way, so far. But we did eke them out so far. And hers is still going. I don't know why he cashed his in, when he did. Perhaps he could have let his keep going. But hers is still going. So hopefully, instead of just eking them out, hopefully we'll blow them away by a landslide. I would love to see her hit 1 million. That would just be awesome. But purely because of the message it sends to the blacks, the message it sends to all the anti-whites. There are a ton of white people online talking mad crap about her, that are just 100% fully cucked. And so by them seeing so many white people donate to her, perhaps, it ain't going to work for most of them, but perhaps a small percentage of those white people may have an epiphany or at least rethink their position. At first their obvious knee-jerk reaction is going to be, wow, there are a ton of, because remember, they're cucked, so their first initial reaction as that we soar past Carmelo's amount that he got donated is going to be, wow, America's full of racist white people. That's going to be their default way of thinking at first. But as time goes on, and they see more and more things happen, turmoil from the blacks, drama from the blacks, all this stuff. At some point, each one of those cucked white people will perhaps have a second thought and go, man, you know what? 2 years ago, when that girl had all them donations come to her from all those white people, maybe all them white people were right after all. Will it be rare? Probably. But, over time, each one of them will be harassed or attacked by a black also. And then they'll remember again that thing a year or two ago that happened where we all donated to this one lady. This is going to basically be a hallmark. This is a landmark, I should say. It's a landmark moment that even cucked white people are going to remember. Not all of them, but a lot of them are going to remember this situation. Now, a lot of cucked white people will never even hear about this story. But what I mean is the cucked whites who do hear about this story and who are against Shiloh right now and all of that stuff. They will have a revisiting. They'll rethink their position later on. Might be a year from now, 2 years from now, 6 months from now. But at some point, they will get caught up in blacktivities. They will be harassed or attacked. And sometimes cucked white people, even after that, they don't learn their lesson. Jeff Metcalf is a perfect example. But as time goes on and worse and worse and worse because of white people's cuckery, they will end up being attacked a second time. They'll have their stuff stolen a second time. They'll be harassed a second time. And perhaps that time will be the one where they think, man, maybe those white people were on to something. And it may even take a third time before they finally come to the realization that we were right all along. But it's going to have to get way worse, where it really starts affecting each white person 1 and 2 times and 3 times and 4 times, for the cucked whites to finally come to grips with reality and the fact that they've been working against their own survival, their own well-being all along. And that's the same hump that we have to get the conservatives over about the Jews. Thankfully, the Jews have been kind of helping us out. Between the genocide they're committing in Gaza, and that is what it is, to their bold statements about how they just want to mow everyone down over there and how there's no such thing as an innocent person over there. And yeah, we killed the babies. Who cares? Those babies are the babies of Hamas, you know. And over time, the more they make themselves look bad and worse and worse and worse, hopefully some of the conservatives will start snapping themselves out of, you know, this obeying them and bowing to their, you know, demands and all this crap. I'd love to see Trump double cross them. You know, the Trumpers who know about Israel but still love Trump think that that's his plan. They think that's what 5D chess is. They think that Trump is just toying with the Jews right now. And them think that he's letting them have everything the way they want it, with the plan of double crossing them later on. Now, that's what I've been praying for all along. And I was praying for it back when he was in his first term. Prayed for it the whole term he was there, hoping he would do it. Never did it. And so we're not at the crossroads yet, you know, but a lot of pro-white people are going to think, mistakenly, they're going to fool themselves into thinking that this awesome win online that we've had is the crossroads. I've even seen people putting it, you know, this is it, the end of white, the white guilt's over with, and da-da-da, and all these like big, bold statements, you know, that we're winning now, that you'll see in the comment section for people who are pro-white. And, you know, I love the enthusiasm. I love the optimism. I'm down with all of it, except for I know it's a delusion. You know, for us to be telling ourselves we're winning is a delusion. We're not winning yet. Not saying we can't win. I'm not saying we're not on our way to winning. But we're not winning yet, like all of the over-optimistic types. You know, the over-optimistic Trumpers, the over-optimistic pro-whites. You know, and in a way, ignorance is bliss. I get it. What if they live their whole life and die staying positive and saying we're winning, and they say it all the way to their grave, and they manage to live their whole life living in that bliss that they're winning, that their side's winning? I guess that's not such a bad way to live and then die. But I'm too much of a realist for that. I don't feel, you know, being over optimistic is basically bullshitting your own self. You're bullshitting yourself. You know that what you're saying is not true, but you want it to be true so bad that you say it anyway every day in hopes of it becoming true. Basically like the blacks do with all of their lies about inventing our stuff and being the first Britons and and coming here, flying the pyramids here, and being the Israelites and all this stuff. They simply just declare it. They just say it, right? That's what the secret taught them, that the Jews put out to all of them, is to just keep repeating a lie and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. And over a generation or two's time, it will become accepted as fact. Well, that's what I think the pro-white side who's over-optimistic is doing. I think they are just basically playing the same copium game or hopium, I don't want to say it's copium, but hopium, that the non-whites are playing, particularly blacks, with the we-wuzzing, And granted, the pro-whites are not we-wuzzing, but they're doing a different format of it, Instead of we was the first whatever, or we's the Israelites, or we was kings, it's we is winning, when we is really not. And so, we're not winning until we see politicians in our government openly saying, white people, this is bad for white people. I vote no on this. This is bad for white people. Not Americans, right? This is bad for Americans. That's too vague, okay? Because too many white people are cucked into believing there's a such thing as non-white Americans. Technically, when these people call things by bad for Americans, they're right, because it's usually bad for white people, and white people are the only real Americans. But anytime a politician is saying that something's bad for Americans and bad for America, they mean it's bad for the non-whites. We need our entire government to be saying the words white people all the time when concerning laws and things, and not to be attacking us and building laws against us, but I mean defending us. Until we have an entire House of Representatives talking about what benefits white people the most, and does this benefit white people, or does this work against white people? Until we have an entire government again doing that, and until we have all of our cities, all the NOGs removed from mayors and police chiefs and fire chiefs and all these positions they're not supposed to be in. We are not winning. That is the bottom line. When some idiot non-white can show up in our country and 3 months later she's a freaking congresswoman, we're not winning. When a dumbass Puerto Rican bartender can become a congressperson in our government, knowing nothing about anything, being the dumbest shit alive, we're not winning. It's just the way it is. We're not winning yet. This little small win we've had is actually huge. I say little small win. It actually is a huge win, because it's a mental win. It's a win that puts us in the blacks' heads even deeper than we already are. White people already swim around in blacks' heads 24/7. But now they're enraged, And while that's a bad thing, we're going to have some white people and some white children who are victimized because of this win we've had online, because of this support we've given Shiloh. And that's terrible and horrible and unfortunate for any of those white children, any of those white women, any of those white elderly, any of those white men who are attacked by blacks based on this online victory we've had. But we're going to lose more white people if we didn't have this win then if we had never had this win at all, we'll end up losing more white children, more white elderly people, more white women, more white men than if we did have this win. And the reason I say that, even though I just got done saying it's going to enrage the blacks and cause them to want to attack white people more, is because blacks still know white people's power. Blacks still understand that white people, they know that they're poking a bear, you know, and they've convinced themselves that when the bear wakes up, they're going to be able to handle it, you know, because after all, they've got guns now, they've got cars now. They didn't have all that shit in the 80s, but now they do. And so the same generation that remembers at my age, the same generation of blacks who are my age, they grew up in an America where blacks didn't have anything. And now blacks seemingly have everything. They have blacks living in mansions, blacks driving brand new cars all over town. Look around you at any stoplight. You'll see black females driving brand new Maseratis, brand new $80,000 Lexus SUVs. How are they affording that when they only work at the post office 24 hours a week? How are they affording that when they're only a shift manager at the Dollar General store? How do they afford that when they're just a shift manager at McDonald's? It's because you pay for it. With their transportation assistance programs, they're allowed to get a job and make as much money as they possibly can, and no money is prorated out of that. No money is reduced from any EBT or SNAP or Medicaid or any kind of welfare assistance programs. A black can make $160,000 a year, and they are still 100% eligible and even encouraged to come get all of their EBT per month. They're encouraged to participate in that free cellular phone program and free internet, home internet program that I put in the community post the other day. If you haven't seen that in the community post and you're not aware of the fact that non-whites do not pay for their cellular phone and their home internet because we are paying for it. The first act was called ACT, A-C-T, Affordable Communications something. I forget what the T stood for. And that ended back in the middle of 2024, but there was already a program paying for all their stuff for free before that program came up, and it was called Lifeline. So now that the ACT program has ran out of funding and is finished, that's what they say anyway, what they've really done is just changed it back to the old name, Lifeline. And Lifeline may have existed all through that time, but now they've just reverted back to only using that as their main money laundering scheme to steal from whitey to pay for all the non-whites to have cellular and wireless home internet, or home internet at all. It might be wired or wireless. And you can read on the page there on their website, all they have to do to keep it active is use it. That's it. It says how to make sure my service stays going or keeps going or whatever. And it says simply use it every month. And that's it. All you have to do is make a phone call every month. By golly, your free phone service keeps working. All you got to do is hop on your internet once a month, and by golly, your free internet keeps going. And I don't even think they'd cut it off due to inactivity, because the whole point is they just want to take as much from white people and give as much to non-whites as they possibly can. Their whole goal is entire, full, 100% role reversal. In the 80s, it was white people sitting in our cars at the stoplight with our AC going, nice and comfortable in our cars. And the blacks were sitting there right in front of us on the sidewalk at the bus stop, sweating their ass off, sun beating on them, waiting on the bus. The Jews fully plan on full role reversal, where it's you white people sitting at the bus stop in the hot sun, sweating, waiting on the bus, while all the blacks are sitting in their brand new Maserati, their brand new Lexus SUV, their brand new whatever car, sitting in the AC nice and comfortable, looking at you poor, miserable, loser white people sitting at the bus stop. Pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, they'll tell you. Like conservatives used to tell they still tell the blacks now. That's what we'll be being told once the Jews have cucked all of our money away, stolen all of our money, and given it all away to the blacks. And white people become poorer and poorer and poorer. You know, and the pro-Trumpers would say, oh, that's all coming to an end. That vector we're heading down is changing because Trump's doing away with DEI. Trump has banned this and that. He's defunding this and that. And for whatever ones he really does, really truly defunds and really does truly cut and all those things, and I know he has cut some things, all of those are good, positive steps forward for white people. And I commend Trump for any action he does truly take that does benefit white people specifically. Not everyone living in America. I could care less about that shit. I only care about things Trump does that benefit white people only. And doing away with DEI, for the most part, yeah, you hear about Asians or whatever, but I can give a fuck about that. Doing away with DEI programs, defunding them, banning them, and all this stuff, benefits white people specifically and practically only, because we don't even have to consider the Asians. So banning DEI does benefit white people only. And for any DEI stuff he does manage to get rid of and do away with, I say God bless him for that. I say thank you to him for his effort on that and his action on that. Regardless of all the hate that's coming his way for it and all that stuff, I say God bless him and good job. And if it ends up being, that Trump really does pull a fast one on the Jews and, restore a lot more of our country back to being, pro-white, if he allows this whole pro-white movement to kind of rise up and do our thing again, I'll put on a MAGA hat and I'll walk up and down the hood wearing it. But I've got to see full action, a little bit here and there. And these companies that are being forced to do away with the DEI programs and all that, all they're doing, they're still going to hire DEI anyway. They're just not going to call it that anymore. They're not going to openly, flagrantly brag about it anymore. But they will still be doing it. Rest assured, they'll still be doing it. And so that's kind of part of the problem because, yeah, they're going to claim they did away with it. And then white people are going to be like, woo, we won. And they're going to kick their feet up. And they're going to give Trump all these accolades and praise for doing so. And all the while, the companies are still hiring only blacks and only non-whites, and some white women's so they can be around the blacks all day. Or so the blacks can be around them all day, I should say. Keep in mind, liberal white women who might tune into this just to hear all this and try to build up ammo against me. You're only being used by the Jews so that you will be put in close proximity to black dudes. That's the only reason Jews include you with the non-whites in the diversity hiring crap. They don't really give a shit about white women being able to be cops or being able to be astronaut astronauts aren't real anyway, but you know what I mean? Like put them in positions they don't belong in, soldiers in the military, shit like that. They're not doing any of that to empower white women. They're not doing that to empower women in general. They say that's what they're doing so that you'll go along with it. And you're benefiting from it as white women because you get the job that you weren't qualified for. You get to keep the cop job even though you're putting all the other cops in danger because there's no way for you to actually handle a grown man who's a problem or a wild boon that's freaking out of control. So you're benefiting. So you're of course you're on the side of the DEI crap, the diversity hiring garbage. But just know that they're only putting you in those jobs as diversity hires so that they can then hire some black dudes who are diversity hires also and put them in proximity to you in hopes of you end up being a coal burner. That's it. That's all they're doing that for. They have no other purpose behind it. There's no other reasoning for it other than that. That is their one and their only reason. So they don't care about you white women. They're not trying to empower women. They're trying to empower blacks. That's what they're trying to empower. And they're trying to empower them through giving them access to you white women. And to be honest with you, Jews don't care whether you end up liking a black and dating them and mating with them and then they're ruined and that's how you get ruined, or if the black just can't take it anymore and decides to chimp out one night and rape you. That's fine with the Jews too. They have no problem with that either, because the goal is for you to be penetrated by the blacks. That's the goal, because as soon as you are done for. That's it. You're ruined. And they know it. And so that's their goal, to ruin as much of Jesus Christ's harvest as they possibly can before his harvest day arrives. They have 215 years left. They're going to convince as many white women as they possibly can to ruin themselves. And God doesn't give two shits about excuses, you know. Oh, I was in college experimenting. Oh, I was just, I was in high school and my friends cheered me on to do it, Oh, I was drunk at a party. I barely knew what was going on. Oh, I got all horned up one night, coked up all night and got horny, and he was the only thing feasible, and I just did it for the heck of it. No excuse. There's no excuse. God doesn't want to hear your excuses for watching Afro Ball or bestiality or cuckery on whites. He doesn't want to hear your excuses for listening to their music. He doesn't want to hear your excuses for why you cheer them on to be in our government ruling over millions of white people in our own white Christian country where they don't belong. You see some of these pro-white people, and I've done it myself, put in comment sections to people, mostly conservative channels. They'll say something like, imagine if Abraham Lincoln or if George Washington and Ben Franklin walked in right now in modern day and saw what we've allowed to happen to this country. They'd put everyone to death that allowed it and cheered it on. Well, guess what God's going to think? The same exact way. And God actually has the power to do it. So forget worrying about what Abe Lincoln and George Washington would say if they got here. Just know that God would be thinking the same thing and is thinking the same thing. And he's watching every white person's behavior. He knows just like when he teach kids about Santa Claus. He knows when you're listening to rap. He's omnipresent. He knows when you're watching Afro Ball, helping ruin your people. He knows when you pander to them, trying to win over the approval of one. Like you're trying to win over the trust of a wild animal. Cuckery will not be tolerated in the future. Zero cuckery in the future will be put up with. And for now, it's not being punished. But in the future, it absolutely will be. And then once the great day comes, anytime after the great day, and then, of course, once the true great day comes when Christ arrives, then we'll have no worry about that ever again. But in the meantime, once the great day is commenced, after that, there is no cuckery allowed ever anymore. We are going to do away with that crap. We're going to declare that to be a sign of mental deficiency. And we will also deem anything else that works against white people as a threat to our existence. And therefore, if you have anti-white tendencies, behavior, thoughts, any of those things, you will be essentially Baker acted. We will reinstate our funny farms that we used to have, that Reagan did away with. And it was either Reagan or Carter. And we will reestablish those places. And anytime we detect a white person who is not up to par, not up to speed with the rest of our people, as far as looking out for our people, looking out for our people's well-being, yada, 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 if they have some form of mental deficiency blocking them from being that way, they're not going to be allowed around our society. If you're some liberal cuck, you're going to the funny farm. That's it. And if you become too difficult for the funny farm to deal with, you're getting exiled from our country. Everybody likes to use the word deport. Deporting isn't shit, because deporting just means the person can turn around and try to come right back. But exile is the same thing, only different. Exiling means if you're ever caught here again standing anywhere on our soil, the first person, any citizen at all, doesn't matter who it is, the first person that sees you anywhere in our land is allowed to take you down right on the spot. Right on the spot. No hesitation, no court date, no due process, no any of that crap. You've been exiled. You return. You're a goner. That's it. You're going to be made an example of to all the others who may be thinking of doing so. And as harsh as that may seem and may sound, realize that we used to hang horse thieves. We used to hang them in public square in front of everyone. The whole town would get together. And they would watch this one or two or three horse thieves be hung in front of everyone. Be hanged in front of everyone. And think of the fear of that must have existed back then. And regardless of all that fear of that potential happening to you, if you were to ever be caught doing such a thing, we still had to hang horse thieves every week. So that goes to show you right there just how bad, even our own people can be. When our country was all white still, when all those funny farms, all those people were released from the funny farms, just set free out into the wild, out into our world, they were all white people. We were an all white country. And that's what allowed this liberal wave to happen in our country. All the quack nuts were released from the funny farms in the 80s. And it only took one generation of them all fumbling into each other and mating to produce another generation of cucks who were worse than their parents even. And then another generation after that, and now you've got the ultra retarded liberals eating Tide Pods and, all the ridiculous examples of idiocy that they perform nowadays for us to behold. So, our laws have to be very strict when we, I don't want to say very strict. It's not like we're going to be living in this dystopian, communism, or we can't do anything, can't fart the wrong way, or it's considered anti-white. It's not like that. It's going to be restored back to how it was in the 80s, minus blacks at all, and we'll go back to enjoying boundless, awesome new music that's created by so many more young ones who become adult, amazing musicians. I mean, you realize when we go to stores and you go to places where people want you to stay and spend money, they're playing 80s music. They're playing 70s and 80s music, mostly 80s. Why? Because that was the peak of mankind. That was the pinnacle of white people's performance of music and confidence and strength in the world. And we were still the envy of the world's non-whites. I mean, of course, we still are to this day, but back then we were everybody wanted to be white, The blackest black back then wanted to be white. Dressed like white people, talked like white people, tried to walk like white people, tried to act like white people. And white people were duped into believing that they were assimilating because of that. But that wasn't what they were doing. They were just trying to be as much like a white person as they could be because they envied white people and they saw that white people are the favored creation on the earth. So they wanted access to us. And they knew the best way to have access to white people back then was to be as close to behaving like a white person as you could. Dress like them, act like them. And blacks knew they could still do their own put their own twist of blackness in their attitude, their style, their behavior. But the 99 percentile of their behavior and all those things, they emulated white people. And you can watch that all through the 80s. You can watch video after video of, I don't want you to, but I'm just saying you could see examples. They exist of all these black bands, all these black actors from back then who all tried to be like white people. They tried to dress like us, talk like us, act like us. And you think to yourself, well, then what's the problem back then? Well, the only problem was we were being duped. We were duping our own selves into thinking, yeah, see, they can be like white people. They're just like white people. And then fast forward to now, with all the problems we have now, this is the end result of that kind of cuckery, that kind of mindset. Okay? You can't put sweaters on Chihuahuas and expect them to eventually be our cab drivers and airline pilots and lawyers and surgeons. They're a different species. They're a completely different critter. And just because someone has sewn a sweater that fits Chihuahua's body shapes, fits their little legs through the top holes and their little head goes through the main top hole and it fits their whole body perfect, just like white people's clothes. It's a sweater like white people wear in the wintertime. It doesn't mean the Chihuahua becomes a white person. It's just a Chihuahua wearing something that's a Chihuahua version of white people's clothes. And the only difference between the upright bipeds and Chihuahuas is they don't have to wear a different version of our clothes. They can just wear our clothes. But just because we decorate them up in our clothing doesn't mean that they're ever going to think like us, behave like us, be us. And all they were doing was biding their time. They knew they were the minuscule population of the country. They knew that white people had this place on lock. And they knew that the only way that they were ever going to be famous and do well and make money and enjoy a good life in white America was if they went along with what white people liked. And that's exactly what they did. The ones that were famous and successful, I mean. You know? But the other problem that came with that is it duped our white women into thinking that it's no big deal to sleep with one of them. Because after all, they're basically just like a white guy. They dress like white people. They're talking like white people. They do all the same stuff we white people do nowadays. What's the big deal? And thankfully, in the 80s, it was still mega taboo for a white woman to get with a black. You would never see that in the 80s. I mean, that would get them killed back in the 80s. So that was ultra uber rare. In fact, the first couple I can even think of that was publicly known where a white girl was with a black was Heidi Klum and Seal. I can't even think of one before that. And they were ultra controversial. A lot of people made a big stink about it. You know, not just because he's uglier than dog shit, but also because that was not acceptable. A white woman has no business, especially Heidi Klum. God, like one of the hottest blonde white girls of her time, you know? And just suicided herself to be with a black, you know? And you look at all these others have done similar things. And then, of course, in the late 2000s, it became fashionable for white women to start adopting a little niglet. I don't know what possessed them to think that was cool or stylish or whatever. They already have 3 or 4 or 5 white kids, but then they'd go get themselves a nog freaking kid. It's like, oh, look at my token niglet. I'm so virtuous, you know. That's what they basically convinced themselves of. So, bottom line, we have a long way to go as white people. This victory feels like a big win. It feels like a turning point for our people. But I'm sad to report that it'll probably only be a stepping stone. But it is a stepping stone. So I'm not totally sad to report that. I'm just sad to have to report that it's not as epic of a move for white people as the pro-white side probably feels like it is. You know? But I'm still grateful for it. I'm thankful for it. I'm celebrating it. I celebrated it all day today. My heart was literally smiling all day. I could feel a smile on my heart all day. And I'm sure my face reflected it. I'm sure I smiled all day without realizing it. And every couple of hours or so, I would check her donation amount, and it was just growing and growing and growing. And I was just like, thank you, Lord. Because we need to finally start realizing, you know, this was like a balkanization online. And, you know, even though it's probably only going to be a stepping stone, we have the ability to keep this going. We could, if we keep talking about it. And I encourage any of you folks who hear this message tonight, or whenever you hear, if you ever hear this message and you have a YouTube channel, if you have, I noticed some folks earlier when I first kicked on the stream had mentioned Gab and had mentioned X. I don't have time to be on other platforms. A small amount of time I get to do online stuff, I just spend it on YouTube, because by the time I get through all the YouTube content to review, I'm out of time for the day. So I just don't have time. I don't have enough hours in each day to be able to dedicate to other platforms. Other people do, though. And so if you have a Twitter handle, if you have a Gab profile, if you have a Rumble account, a channel on Rumble, wherever, Odyssey, BitChute, post something about Shiloh. Make sure it's a positive message. Part of what they're doing is they're trying to flood the internet, and you should expect this, and I'm sure most of you do. As expected, they are flooding the internet with as much negativity about Shiloh as they possibly can. And of course, it automatically spills over into talking shit about all white people immediately in practically every thread where they are trying to shame her. So this is one of our times, where all of us online, whenever the Jews would make some big, bold statement against white people and they were spreading it around everywhere, and all us white people would pile on it online and attack it and talk crap about it. We got to do the same thing for Shiloh. That's why the title has Queen Shiloh in it, because I know that will anger the blacks even more, because they know the only true queens that have ever walked this earth are white women. And so when they call their female nogs that they don't want anything to do with anyway, when they call them queens, it's just opium. They know it. We know it. And so by us naming Shiloh as a queen of our people, she's not the queen of all of our people, but she is a queen now of our people. We are basically knighting her with that, or whatever word you would use for a queen. We are christening her with that because of the entire situation, the totality of the circumstances, not because of her bravery, not because of, any other thing. We're doing it for the totality of the circumstances, to send a middle finger to the blacks and the Jays and all the non-whites of the world, for that matter, and to not only send a middle finger to them, but naming her a queen of our people, one of the queens of our people. It's giving them two middle fingers. You know what I mean? One for being cool with her and supporting her, and one for calling her queen. So it's just going to anger them that much more, and that's what we want. All right? We don't want the blacks to be comfortable in our country. We don't want them we want them to keep running their mouths the way they've been talking all this anti-white garbage for the last 10 years, boldly, loudly, as openly as they want. It's been more than 10 years now. We want them to keep pushing and pushing. We don't want them attacking our people, which that will be part of it that happens, and that sucks. But if blacks played their cards right, they could keep people cucked for another 20, 30, 50 years perhaps. But since they're taking their mask off and they're really pushing against us super hard now, online, everywhere, it's going to become harder and harder and harder for white people to be supporting blacks, because anywhere they get on some thread and they feel like being a cuck and supporting the blacks to see if they can win over some wild animal, they're going to find nothing but hatred of white people. Fuck white people and this and that white people, and I can't wait to eradicate. Oh, we're going to kill all these motherfuckers. It's going to be hard for these cucked whites sitting there reading all these anti-white statements from the blacks to keep supporting them. Because after all, the whole reason they hate us is because of the scary R word, and that's what they call us. They call us the scary R word because they've been cucked into thinking that that's the worst thing ever, that you're the biggest demon in the world if you're racially conscious, which they call racist. So when they get on one of these pro-black sites to try to win over some wild animals, if you will, win over the trust of some or whatever, like they would do a typical bird outside or some other wild animal outside, they will see nothing but hatred for white people, you know, and while it may not bother them at first, when they keep going down the page and keep going down the page and it just keeps getting worse and stays bad and gets worse, at some point, perhaps, maybe both of their IQ digits will start rubbing together, and perhaps, maybe, on a freaky chance, they might actually have an epiphany and go, freaking shit, man, I was on this thread to support these assholes, but all of them are racist. They're going to actually call the blacks racist for the first time ever. After all this time of saying blacks can't be racist and saying all the tropes that the leftists push that only whitey can be racist, they're going to find themselves calling the blacks the scary R word because they're going to see all the hatred that the blacks spew in their pro-black threads. So that is part of why we're titling her one of our queens. I would rather it be all over online that Deb of Christ is queened. You know what I mean? That we have Queen Deb of Christ, that we have Queen Miss Loyal White Knight. That's what I would prefer. But I don't get to have my say in who ended up being the lady who caused all of this shitstorm to start. It happens to be that it's that lady Shiloh, and so therefore she is the one. She took the reins and did it, and now it's done, and so she's the one under threat. She's earned it by being the one under threat. And, you know, it's just, again, it's the totality of the circumstances. That's what's causing the whole scenario. And so I'm not simping for her. None of us are calling her queen or simping for her. We're calling her that because she's earned it. She has earned the title of being one of our queens from the, and again, it wasn't, you might consider it brave. And yes, I'll go ahead and say it was brave. It was foolish though. She could have, and I guess she was able to look at the chump who was filming her and gauge that he couldn't really harm her, you know. And so she figured, oh, he's harmless enough. I'm going to go ahead and just double down and stick to my guns. And so, but had that been a bigger, blacker, worse mentalityed one, her and her babies would be dead already that day at the park. And all it would have been was another thing that I have on my slideshow, another white woman and her children dead, and it would have that dude's mugshot. Just like you're seeing in picture after picture on the slideshow. And we would all feel bad for her, and then we'd move on to the next white people to feel bad for. So what she did was very risky and absolutely not recommended by this channel to any woman to do. And if you have the strength and you have the mental fortitude and you have the wherewithal and you have the ability to defend very well, and you have the mentality to know how and when and where and who and why and all of that to pull it off in the public, the nogs, then Godspeed to you. Your mileage may vary. And it will not only vary per person by per person who, white person who does it, it'll also vary by each non-white individual you do it around. And that's why you got to get creative. You got to come up with crafty ways to talk shit about them right in front of them without them really knowing whether it's them you're talking about or not. You know, because after all, you can't just walk around in the public and you see a couple of blacks standing somewhere and you can't just walk up and start talking to them. I mean, that's not, you know, you can't really do it that way. That would just make you be the aggressor in the legal system, and then the legal system, you know, would come down on you with all the fury of the Jays. So instead, you have to have creative ways, which I mentioned in another stream before that I had done out in public. And You can be on the phone with a based friend and y'all just entertain the idea of getting rid of the non-whites. Entertain and talk about the great day and explain to the person on the phone that's what you're doing, that you just want to chat with them about that and have a little fun while you're walking by non-whites. And then that way, as you're walking by non-whites, you can be like, oh, yeah, it won't be long. They're going to be on the barges and headed home and da-da-da and stuff like that as you walk past groups of non-whites. And they're not going to know that you're talking about them, specifically those exact ones standing there that you walk past, because you don't look at them. You don't interact with them. You're just on the phone walking past them. So for all they know, you're talking about company equipment that didn't work and you got to box it up and ship it back home. They don't know what you're talking about necessarily. But when they hear those trigger words all put together like that we're going to ship them home soon and stuff like that, that will trigger them in their soul, in their brain, whatever little bit of brain they got or whatever. It'll be spinning around in their brain. Is he talking about us non-whites right in front of us like that? And so just creative little ways that you can come up with. Talk about what we plan on doing and what will be happening someday without having to say it directly at them. You know what I mean? Directly to them. Instead, just walk past them and have something to say that they might think you're talking about the non-whites, as you pass by them. And, of course, you'll have to be on your phone because typically you wouldn't have a buddy walking with you to do it with. And also, being on the phone is the thing you need because that's what gives you the plausible deniability if one were to try to confront you about what you're talking about. If it's just you and someone with you walking in the mall having the conversation together, well, the plausible deniability is a little different because they can hear what both sides are saying. And it'd be trickier to come up with things to say because of that. So you got to basically be on the phone. And that way they can't hear the other side of the conversation. They have no idea what's actually being talked about. And so that's just one example of a way that you can troll them. And, of course, you can't walk up and confront them with those things because, again, you would be arrested, you would be shamed, you would be whatever. And so that you wouldn't get a good effect out of it. You wouldn't be able to actually troll them. This is all about trolling them. It's to get in their head, to make them feel uncomfortable, to make them realize they don't belong here. They belong on the earth, but they don't belong in our country. That's all. So, but good stuff. Good stuff to all the white people who helped. Thank you very much. I hope it just keeps climbing and keeps climbing. I haven't got to check it in a while. Let's check it real quick and see what it's at. I'm sure all of you are going to beat me to it before I get there, but let's see here. Refresh. Was at 583. Now it's at 593, y'all. $10,000 more dollars just in the 1 or 2 hours we've been streaming. So fantastic news. She's almost at 600K. And I tell you, it's funny when you look through Google Images and you type her name and search through Google Images, you see all these non-whites that had made videos yesterday about her, tripping balls that she had made $40K, $20,000. One of the videos says this racist Karen whatever has made almost $100,000. So here we are just a day later and she's, quintupled that amount. So hallelujah. The message is loud and clear, and I know the blacks are getting it. So, and Jews got to be seething. I'm sure the Jays are just like, they're probably just pulling hair out of their freaking head because so many white people have rose up on this. But then again, the Jews won a race war, so maybe they're all cheering tonight that, who knows. But typically, you would expect them to not be excited about so many white people banding together for once. And if it wasn't for the fact that they do want a race war, they wouldn't be celebrating. But since they do want a race war, I guess perhaps they will be celebrating and cheering like we are. But I hope that, and again, ladies, don't feel obliged to have to contribute. Okay, this is our men who are responsible for these things. We've allowed our country to be ruined, and it's not your responsibility for us men to take it back. It's our men's responsibility to take it back, our men's responsibility to correct our cuckery that we've allowed for so many decades now. So the men need to be contributing. Men who listen to this, please contribute if you haven't. If you're poor, no big deal. Shit tons of white men are poor who donated to her $5. Literally, there are probably more men who have donated to her with $5 than there are any higher amounts than that per person. Like almost every donation you see is $5. So, and once in a while you'll see a 10, and once in a while you'll see a 20, and on a blue moon you'll see 100. But the bulk of the people donating to her are white men who could really only afford to send her $5. And so, and I'm not against y'all. I even encourage any of you men to contribute to other based white women. If you have a white woman in your life somewhere that who can use some help, even if it's not money, whatever car runs like crap and you know how to work on cars, look it over for her. See if you can figure out why it's running like crap. Does her belt squeal like hell when she starts the car in the morning? Freaking figure out what pulley is bad. Change it for her. And put a fresh belt on it. Whatever you can do to help advance our people along. We're already in a bad enough situation as it is. We are so close to becoming South Africa. If the rest of white people just realized how close we are, how bad it has gotten here. I mean, we have almost every major city. Remember, the major cities is where the bulk of our population is. And they're all controlled by blacks. Do you not remember in Revelation where it says that power would be handed over, given over? Who has to have everything given over to them? Who does the word Gibbs apply to? The non-whites, particularly and especially blacks. So that's those are who are given over power. Power is given over to them, it says in Revelation. And that's the beast system. Christ called it a system because he knew that beasts are not capable of maintaining a proper white man government. So it's just going to be a system. It's not going to be a proper government. It's going to be a system. And the system will be exactly what you see now, where white people where they misuse our own white people's government laws, established laws, to persecute white people erroneously to the absolute maximum they possibly can, while at the same time ignoring and dropping charges and freeing any of their own non-white kinds who commit ultra heinous crimes against white people. That's the beast system. It means a system ran by the beasts for the beasts, and they will only cater to the beasts. And it says specifically that Israel will be persecuted. That means white people. Literally, when you understand the who's who of the Bible, the entire Bible makes perfect sense. Earlier, I had mentioned in the beginning of the stream that maybe I didn't. Maybe it was on the stream that got cut, and I hadn't realized it had been cut yet. So maybe I didn't mention it in this one, but I'll mention it now. That when you read any other book other than the Bible, you know, and you read the story in that book, you're going to know by the end of the book, you're going to know, and even all through the book, you're going to figure out and then be following along through the story. You're going to know who's who in the Bible or who's who in that book. You're going to go know the bad guys, who the bad guys are. You're going to know who the good guys are. You're going to know who the indifferent folks are that are still named characters mentioned over and over again, that are just bystanders or indifferent, or they're a helper of the good side or the bad side. You're going to know the who's who of that book. Why? Because if you don't, you won't, there'd be a waste of your time to read any of it. What sense will the story make to you at all if you don't know who's good, who's bad, and whether or not each situation benefits a good or a bad person in the story? So if you don't know who's who of a book, you don't know anything about the story at all. And you could try to make sense of the story by conjuring up your own idea of what the story must be trying to get at. You could try to figure out your own idea of who you think the good guy is in the story, perhaps. But it's kind of like the same as being a little kid who doesn't know the lyrics to a song that he really likes. And so he sings his heart out. He sings this song, and he's singing completely wrong lyrics to the song because the artist just has a little bit of inflection in his words and stuff when he's singing. And so he doesn't say the words absolutely correctly when he's singing them. This little kid hears what he's singing and just emulates it. And so because the guy sung the words slightly wrong, didn't pronounce them perfectly correctly because he's singing them, the kid misunderstands what he's hearing, words-wise, lyrics-wise, and sings his heart out, singing completely made-up words that he's made up in his own head. Right? There was no book anywhere that he referenced and put those words in as substitutes for what the real lyrics are. He just assumed his own words, what it sounds like to him. I'll give you a good example. When I was a kid, I say a kid, I was young, Def Leppard came out with Pour Some Sugar on Me. Now, because these dudes are English, because I was a little kid, the accent, the voice, or the speech inflections and all that while they're singing, I'd never, ever heard those words. I heard completely other words than that. And so I would sing the chorus where they say, pour some sugar on me. I would say these other words. I don't remember what it was now. It's been too long. But I would sing these completely wrong words for the chorus. Sing my heart out of it, whenever that part would come on, It was a new song at the time, instant hit. Everybody loved it. It was playing on the radio 100 times a day, and every time it came on, the whole place, wherever you were, went crazy singing it. And everyone else knew the lyrics, but I didn't. And so I was making up my own. I made up my own words and used them for the chorus every time. And I'm sure I made up words all through the song because I didn't know the lyrics. So that's what white people do with our Holy Bible. The exact same thing, only it's not audible and then misunderstood. They read it and misunderstand it because they don't know who's who in the Bible. then they just start applying things where they don't belong, like, oh, blacks came from Japheth, or, oh, the blacks are from Ham, because Ham was cursed. And so that explains the blacks. Well, who says the blacks are cursed? If they live in their own country where they belong, all their own by themselves, who's to say they're cursed? They're living exactly the way they're intended to live. They're certainly not cursed over here. They're coddled and pandered to and used as token hires all over the place on both sides of white people's aisle, the fake right wing and the left. So they're certainly not hating it here. You know, you could say, oh, well, they're cursed intellectually. Well, that don't mean nothing if you live all your own with only your own people in the jungle, and you know exactly what you're up to every day. You know how to hunt the certain animals you hunt. You know how to cook the certain critters you catch. You know how to eat what's okay to eat. You know what to leave alone. How are you cursed? How are you deficient in anything? They're fully equipped mentally and physically for the world, the part of the world that God intended them to be in. But regardless of any of that, the bottom line is they don't come from any of Noah's sons, because God wouldn't have saved Noah if his house wasn't perfect in his generations. Remember, when it talks about Noah in Genesis, it says Noah was just a man. That's what it starts off saying. Noah was just a man, meaning there was nothing special about him. He wasn't a leader of the community. He wasn't alpha male boss mode, mega G. He wasn't the king ding-a-ling in the community or the president of a country. He was just a man. And that's the exact quote verbatim. Just a man. But the sentence continues on. It doesn't stop right there. It says Noah was just a man, but perfect in his generations. And it actually says and perfect in his generations. It says the word and, not but. But it confuses our people. So I use the word but instead of and so that our white people can absorb it correctly. But the proper verbatim quote is Noah was just a man and perfect in his generations. So the Bible's explaining there that there is no non-white anywhere in his family, anywhere. Not from Adam to him, and not from him to his sons and their wives. You think God's dumb? You think God would be like, oh, duh, facepalm. I didn't think about the fact that one of his sons was married to a black. Silly me. Or, oh, I didn't catch it, but one of his sons is married to the Indians. I wouldn't have saved his house if I'd have known that. Noah's house was perfect. Noah was perfect in his generations. That means his household was perfect. There was going to be no mongrel baby born from his family. That means his 3 sons each had a white wife, and they were going to produce white children. And therefore, God said, this family is the family I'm going to use to restart the whole mankind. I'm going to erase this whole earth of mongrels. There were millions of them by that time. So I'm going to erase this whole earth of mongrels and the giants like the Nephilim and all them. And I have said before in another stream that God did not cause the flood specifically to get rid of the giants, the Nephilim, whatever. But I will renege on that, or I will retract that Original statement. I will correct myself and say that, yes, it was to erase the earth of Nephilim, the giants, the fallen angel mixed breed that was mixed into our people. But that is not, that was the secondary goal. The primary goal was to get rid of the earth's mongrels, all the mongrels that had started filling up the earth from white people mating with the Canaanites, you know. And Canaanites were not white people. They weren't pure white people. They were mixed also. And so because they were mixed, when white people mixed with them, thinking it wasn't that big of a deal, because after all, they are almost white. They looked white enough. That caused our type to be corrupted. And then next thing you know, we had, the earth was full of them. And once the earth is full of mongrels, it's full of violence because you have all this racial strife, just like we are dealing with now. There was all kinds of racial strife during the Tower of Babel, too, guaranteed. The story doesn't emphasize that. Instead, the story emphasizes that with all the races together, it says there would be nothing impossible for them to do. But what it means is in wickedness. In other words, there's no bottom to the bottom. It's a completely bottomless pit of degeneracy and problems that could commit. You know, people read that story and they think, oh, that means with all the races together, nothing's impossible. We could actually have built a tower all the way to heaven, or we could actually do anything in the world, because after all, the Bible says nothing would have been impossible. But God's not talking about godly and good things. Why would God be worried about all of us getting together and being able to create the greatest, godliest, most awesome things that would impress him and please him? That's not what he's worried about. He was worried about the never-ending degeneracy that will just continue to go lower and lower and lower and lower in debauchery. And so, you know, all through the Bible, our God kept warning us that multiculturalism is garbage. It ruins our women. It destroys our children. And he says it that way. He even says it to us as a threat at one point. He says, I will flood your land with invaders. Aliens, he called them. And in another passage, he calls them beasts. And he says they will defile your women. How many beasts do you know? How many, if we're talking about beasts here, and you think beasts only mean animals, how many animals, what types of animals can invade a white society and have access to our women sexually and have access to our children to devour them? He says they will defile your women. That means rape them. That means penetrate them. And even if it's not rape, he might convince them, dupe them into sleeping with them willingly. Either way, they're defiled. They will defile your women, God says. And he continues in the sentence, and they will devour your children. How many four-legged beasts do you know can waltz in to a white society en masse of any old species, four-legged species of beast, and rape our women or trick them into sleeping with them, convince them into sleeping with them, and devour, meaning murder, our children? I've asked 1 million people that. No one can come up with an answer because there isn't one. The beasts he's talking about are upright bipeds. How many four-legged beasts do you know have hands? God said he's going to require it at the hand of every beast. He's going to require a certain thing. Regardless of what the thing is he's requiring it at the hand of every beast. How many beasts do you know have hands? How many four-legged critters do you know have hands? Do you think he's talking about chimpanzees? Do you think he's talking about the gorillas? That he's going to require it of gorillas? It says, and I will require it at the hand, or at the hand of every man will I require it, and at the hand of every beast I will require it. So he says man and beast, but he mentions hands of both. Do you think he meant at the hand of every horse, at the hand of every butterfly, at the hand of every lizard, at the hand of every koala bear, at the hand of every zebra? I will require it. Or do you think he's talking about a beast that really does have a hand, that has hands? What else? With all this hoo-ha the last couple of days about Shiloh, it's actually kind of drowned out a lot of the horrific things that have happened to our people this week because of the non-whites. We had a poor white fella hatcheted to death right in front of his wife. I think they were at a bus stop. They were just out on a sidewalk or at a bus stop or something. And, this nog attacked him with a hatchet, killed him right in front of his wife. He didn't know the guy, of course, as usual. They were just minding their own business, and just a random nog walked up on them. And we had several elderly people murdered this week by blacks. I did not get to do a follow-up on that charter school of 20 staff members all arrested for beating the shit out of at least 26 children in the charter school. I'm sure most all of them were white. Of course, the only parent they interviewed was a black child's parent, so that you have the black mama on there going, "Oh, my baby they was harming my baby." But really, I guarantee you, if we could just get footage of, and there's tons of footage, there was cameras in every room, and they would beat the shit out of these little toddlers. I'm talking toddlers. And it wouldn't matter if they're 8 years old, 10 years old, 14 years old, or 6 years old. But these were like pre-K kids. These are like under 5-year-old kids, some of them all the way down to just crawling, that haven't even started walking yet. So we're talking babies all the way to 5 years old, pre-K kids. And these grown boons are beating the shit out of them, punching them in the face, choking them right in front of the cameras. They'll beat the shit out of one kid in front of one camera, right in front of it, then talk shit to it and walk to another room right in front of another camera and choke out some other kid. And this is all captured on tons of hours of footage. And so they've all been arrested. I posted their names in the community post. It's in this slideshow as well, the list of names. And every one of them is Devarius Laquan and Shalonda, Jones. So they're all blacks, with the exception of like 2 that had like Indian names or something, Somalian names probably. So they're all blacks. And they're in there beating the shit out of 5-year-olds and younger, right in front of every camera. And that's why cameras, I'm grateful for them, don't get me wrong. But blacks don't give a shit about cameras. They will do anything in front of a camera. Why? Because a camera is not an armed person that's going to shoot them right then on the spot for what they're up to. All a camera can do is sit there and capture what they're up to. So they don't give a shit about that, because all they worry about is whether or not they can be defeated right then in the moment. And if they can't, and they can get away with stealing or beating the crap out of someone or murdering someone or doing whatever and not be stopped right then, that instant. If justice can't be brought to them in the moment, then they will go ahead and commit whatever atrocity they want to commit. And in their mind, they'll cross that bridge later if justice comes their way. But right now, in the moment, I'm taking that laptop, or I'm raping this girl, or I'm whatever, and I'm doing it right in front of this camera because this camera can't do shit to me. That's the way they think. This camera can't do shit to me. So I don't give a damn about that camera. I'm going to do what I was wanting to do. You know, the days of blacks putting a mask on before they do stuff and all that, that's all over. Blacks figured out a long time ago that the liberals are letting, the Jews are letting them out of charges. They're dropping charges on them, saying that they can't be positively identified in the footage. Now, any other time, if white people were to use that for some reason or another, they would be screaming, "Oh, you trying to say all us blacks look the same on video?" But that is what the Jews are using as their excuse without saying it. They're saying, look, since they're black, the footage, they don't say since they're black, but it's by default that because they're black, they look at the footage and they go, well, I mean, gosh, there's a million black men in town that look similar to him. You know, it could have been any one of them. So since we can't positively identify that this is definitely the correct nog that was captured, by the way, by bystanders, you know, a few moments later, even though that's the case, we're not going to say we can positively for sure say that that's this guy in the video. And if we can't positively identify that the perpetrator in the video, then we cannot hold this dude liable for it. Therefore, we have to drop the charges. And so that's what's been happening for blacks for the last 20 years, 15 years. Basically, 30 years ago, we had to start putting cameras everywhere when we started allowing the blacks to be anywhere in society we were. Immediately, we started having all our cars broken into, houses broken into, businesses, stuff being stolen from. So right away, they had to start installing cameras everywhere and putting blue lights out in parking lots so that they can film parking lots at night. And they had to start having white women escorted to their car by a man employee so that they wouldn't be attacked by a black in a random parking lot of their job. And all of these implementations, car alarms, they were never a thing until 1990 when we allowed blacks to flood everywhere into white world. They used to, in the 80s, they stayed in their black part of town, and that's it. They stayed in their hood, and they didn't go anywhere else. Because if they did, they knew the cops would stop them and go, hey, what the hell are you doing here? Why aren't you in your part of town? You're up to no good. And they would arrest them. And rightfully so. That's what we pay the cops to do. We don't pay them to bother us while we're trying to get to work at 8 in the morning. Pull us over in a speed trap and give us a $300 ticket for going 7 miles an hour over speed limit. No, we pay them to harass non-whites who are creeping around in our neighborhood all day while we're busy at work trying to earn our living. We pay them to pull them over and go, what the hell are you doing creeping this neighborhood? Why aren't you at school or why aren't you at work? Why are you driving around in this white neighborhood looking at houses, knocking on doors, you know, staring at little white girls walking down the sidewalk? That's what we pay cops to do, harass the non-whites all day. Do they do that anymore? No. Instead, they harass local, hardworking white people all day because they've already been told they're not allowed to harass blacks anymore. So now, the only time they arrest blacks, and they still arrest them like hotcakes, and that's because blacks cause so much crime every day that they don't have a choice but to arrest blacks. They get to the point where they don't even want to arrest any more of them because they've arrested so many in a week that it looks like they're out hunting them, like LeBron James says. But it's because they cause so much crime. So even though the cops ideally want to be out targeting white folks who have money to bring in revenue to the state, instead they have to spend most of their time arresting blacks because it's just forced upon them to do so by default of the blacks committing so much crime. I've been kind of going and going all over the place tonight from, as I'm trying to finish a point, I get into 12 other points. I was good about that for a while, not doing that, but I have so much going through my mind after this, and I've been waiting for so long to get to talk to you all again that it's all just kind of jumbled together. But, we're at a point where, things are going to start getting really bad, exponentially so. It's not going to be where it just steadily gets worse and worse and worse. Instead, things are going to get really worse, really fast. And the reason why is because we've already cucked so much to the blacks. We've already pandered to them so hard, and the Jews are funding them with just endless amounts of our money, that they have a hold up big head now. They think that they're on top of the world right now, they think they're the top of this country. They think they're the leaders. They think they're the big bosses. And, yes, we have Jews really and white Mason sellouts in government above them right now. But again, the beast system, Revelation says that it's all going to be handed over to them. And look at the results so far. They've already had all major cities handed over to them. That's where the bulk of millions of people live in our country. All this rural area that ended up voting for Trump and all this allegedly, well, we don't amount to hardly any of the population. 80% of the United States population lives, that could be the wrong percentage. It might be 70. But 70 to 80% of America's population lives in the city areas, in the suburbs and all that, which blacks are already fully enthralled in. So, and again, there are probably 20% of our population now, too. White people have been repeating this 13% garbage for the last 10 years while they've been making 6 kids per upright biped. So, you don't stay at 13% when 30 million white people were killed during the lockdown, purposely murdered with ventilators and drugs. Our numbers have dropped massively. Their numbers have been increasing 4 to 6 kids per upright boon for 30 years. So for you to think that they're at 13% still is laughable. It's retarded to think such a thing. They have to be at least 18 to 20% of our population. Again, check any yearbook. Class of 2023, class of 2024, class of 2022 or 21 even. And really, you could go way back. You could probably go all the way to like 2006, 2009 or something. And the yearbook is going to be probably 60% blacks. And if it isn't, it's definitely 20%. Now multiply that across the board, across the nation. You're looking at probably 20%. And this whole garbage about them only committing 50% of the crime, what a joke. All you have to do is type in arrest, murder, arrest, robbery, arrest, theft, arrest, larceny, arrest, grand anything. And hit enter, hit images, and you will see 95% blacks. Of course, actually, Google has started, they figured out that trick, so they actually started smearing a bunch of white people at the beginning of those things. to make it look like white people are the criminals every time you like Google arrest and go into images and stuff. But all you got to do is scroll past the few white people they show in the beginning to try to dupe everyone into thinking white people are the bulk of the criminals. And right away, you just run into a sea of blacks that never ends. Just blacks and blacks and blacks and blacks for miles down the page. You can spend all night scrolling, and that's all you'll see is 95% blacks. You know, all you got to do is get past that first little decoy of the white people they put in the top. You know, but they do that with all kinds of shit. They do that when you put in happy white couple. What do they show? You know, a black dude and a white chick. Black dude and a white chick for the first like 12, 20 pictures, whatever. But once you scroll past that, you know, that part, then you'll start seeing the actual results, you know. And another thing I wanted to mention tonight that I haven't posted about yet is... And I'm thinking about just doing a video about it, trying to get back into making myself make videos again. There is this new approach that the non-whites are taking against us, and they're doing it with AI. They're basically, since they know that AI generates a lot of its supposed intelligence from what is available on the internet. Declare the Jews simply program the freaking thing to say what they want it to say. But for people who believe that that isn't the case and that it draws all of its information from what's available on the internet, knowing that and believing that, well, it turns out the non-whites have figured out that, oh, we need to flood the internet with several things that are anti-white so that anytime AI is inquired about certain things about white people, they will have this abundance. It'll have this overwhelming amount of fake information against white people that it will use as part of its data to determine its answers. And because we will flood it with such an overwhelming amount of this misinformation about white people, that will be the bulk of its data summation. And so its answer will be heavily biased toward the misinformation that we flooded the internet with. And so what they're doing, and I'm trying to figure out whether I'm going to send some pictures of it, screenshots of it in community posts, or if I just need to make a video about it or what. Of course, I would prefer to make a video about it, but I just don't know if I'm going to get around to doing it. Basically, the deal is they're flooding the internet with several things against white people. One of them is, and of course you're going to just be like, oh, they've already been doing this forever, but let me explain further before you think that. They're flooding the internet with Jesus wasn't white or Jesus isn't white. That's what their primary one they're doing. And this has all started just recently in the last 3 months. There are several YouTube channels and several like website pages or websites that are cranking out article after article saying Jesus isn't white, Jesus wasn't white, the lie about white Jesus. And again, I know you're thinking to yourself, yeah, but they've already been doing that forever. But this is a new, much more heavily concentrated effort. In other words, when you look at the videos, a lot of them don't have any views yet, but they're all posted like just hours apart, the same days and stuff. Like in 1 day's time, you'll see that 8 videos like that were created by AI and posted that day. And then you'll look at the next 8 videos, and they were all posted the same day, a couple days later, and stuff like that. The other one they're doing is, it's going to be hard for me to explain this, but they're doing a 3/4 sentence statement as a question as the title of videos. And I realize that makes no sense, probably, what I just said. But there are tons of videos that say this strange thing about white people as the title. And it doesn't finish the statement. The title's sentence or question, it's kind of written where it could be read as a question or a statement. And it's missing like one word. And it's missing the word they want to accuse us of being, whatever that is. The devil, baddies, whatever that word that's missing at the end they mean it to be. It's obviously a negative and derogatory one, right? And I wish I had the, in fact, you know what? Let me just walk in here so I can tell you exactly the statement instead of trying to vaguely explain it to you forever. I will pull it up on my other device here. Let's have a look. Have to scroll a little bit here to get to it. Let's see. I apologize for your wait. I am scrolling. I have a billion things to go through, so it's just, and it won't take me that long. I just it's going to take me a moment though, for sure. Let's see here. Let me try to find it a quicker way. Let me go to screenshots. Almost there. Getting close. Okay, I'm getting real close now because I'm seeing all the not my Jesus, or there's no white Jesus, all that. So I'm getting very close now. Okay, this is the statement you will see in a lot of thumbnails, and these videos were made 1 month ago, approximately. Most of them were made 1 month ago. They will have all different manner of titles, but basically what it is it's black fiction. It's black anti-white AI fiction. And they're creating all of these made-up stories. In fact, some of them are just several days old. And thank God none of them have any views yet, but I'm sure they will eventually. So this is kind of a two-part thing here. One thing they're doing is these videos where they put this in the thumbnail. Now, the title may read whatever, but in the thumbnail picture itself, every one of these videos says the exact same quote. It says in quotation marks, "My God, white people are actual," and then it's ... And there are numerous videos that say exactly this, quote, "My God, white people are actual," and then it stops right there. So when you look at the pictures in the thumbnails, it'll show, like the one I'm looking at here, it shows a white girl with like super bright white hair. She almost looks overly pale. They tried to make her look kind of like demonic, sort of. It has Putin next to her, just a random picture of Putin, and then a picture next to that of a redheaded girl. And I think what they're trying to make people think is that it means, my God, white people are actual demons. I think that's the word they're hoping you infer from reading the title of that. And again, it's not written in the titles. I'll give you the example of what the titles say. The title for the first one that I have here that says, "My God, white people are actual," in the thumbnail area, The title says, Black Woman Died, and What Jesus Revealed About White People Will Shock You. Another title one says, Black Woman Died. No, that's the same title, but it's got a different thumbnail, but it still says that thing, but it has totally different pictures. They all say that in the title, funny enough. So if you put this in on YouTube, if you pick another tab, if you're on a laptop or whatever, and you pick another tab on YouTube, put this in the search bar, put Black Woman Died, and then put the and symbol, the N, I don't remember what it's called. So Black Woman Died, and What Jesus Revealed About White People Will either amaze you or shock you. You can put amaze you, and you'll find some that pull up. And you can put shock you, and you will find some that come up. Black Woman Died, and What Jesus Revealed About White People Will Shock You. That is the title. If you put that in the search bar, and then you scroll through the list and look at all the thumbnails, you will see that the thumbnails all say, my God, white people are actual, and then it stops. So that's one of the two-part phenomenon that I've noticed. The other one I noticed is that they are creating that black fiction. And I haven't started taking screenshots of that stuff yet. I only actually just discovered that stuff today. What they're doing is they're creating all of these scenarios where, and of course, since it's pro-black, it's all about white people doing something bad to a black person in public, and then the black person kicks their ass, right? So it's like all this Wakanda fantasy of lashing out and attacking white people. It's all justified because the white person called them the N-word, or the white person was trying to tell them there no blacks are allowed in this place, or white person throws food at a strong black man and he puts her down or whatever, corrects her or puts her in her place or whatever. All these like big talk titles against white people. And they are all just AI, right? AI stories, AI pictures in the thumbnail, everything. But they try to make it look very real, so that like where the white person's falling backwards because they just got punched by the strong black man. Well, they made it look as real as possible, where you feel like you're looking at a real, video image of some incident that happened in real life. And so there are shit tons of these videos being cranked out, and they're all being cranked out within a couple of hours of each other. I noticed today the whole strew of them that I saw, they were posted like 2 hours apart. None of them had any views, but they were all like 2 hours apart, all posted today. And that was either today I saw them or yesterday, one or the other. It might have been yesterday I saw them, actually. So they were posted all that day yesterday, early in the morning, because when I checked YouTube, it was early in the morning on Sabbath. And, well, that would have been today. No, it was yesterday. So it would have been preparation day. So I got up early yesterday, and I started checking on YouTube just to catch up on the morning, see what happened overnight that got reported. And that's when somehow I stumbled across one of those videos. I'm like, what? And I clicked on it just to see what was up about it. And it recommended me a bunch of the other ones underneath that video. You know how once you're on a video, it recommends you some underneath it? It had more of that same channel's freshly made anti-white videos, these Wakanda fantasies of beating up white people. It had more of those underneath it recommended. So that's when I started scrolling and seeing one after another, and I noticed that they were all just like 2 hours old, 3 hours old, 4 hours old. They were all being posted like one per hour. So we have some Jay somewhere who's cranking out a bunch of this pro-black, beating the crap out of white people, but it's justified because the evil white racist said something or did something, and the strong black man corrected him right then. Pow! It's like It's like AI comic books for the blacks kind of shit, you know? And where white people are always doing them wrong, and then they correct it by beating our ass in public. So I will do a thing about that at some point. One of these times when I do a stream, I'm actually going to have everything set up where we can just cruise along on the internet together, or I'll have all the tabs already set up. That's how I used to do when I built my videos anyway, and that's probably a format I will do again. But I'll also do it while I'm streaming coming up soon. I just haven't got to that point yet. I don't want to be trapped at the computer the whole time. But eventually I will sacrifice myself enough to do so that we can scroll the internet together. So yeah, I heard to tell you all about that stuff. Good. What else was there? Were a couple of other things on my mind that I wanted to mention. But that was the bulk of it, the critical stuff. I wanted y'all to know about these AI fantasy black stories of them beating our ass in public, and it's all justified in their stories. I wanted y'all to know that AI is going to be fooled by all this flood of anti-white fake stories and misinformation about white people that's being flooded onto the internet, so that AI will draw from all of that and it will weigh heavier on its summations and answers. Did remember to mention the thing I was talking about earlier with the blacks on YouTube. I forget what it was. The rumors they're spreading about Shiloh, the 3 different hoaxes they've got going about Shiloh. Yeah, I think I covered most of the critical things I wanted to cover in this particular stream. I know there are a couple of others that I'm forgetting right now, but I did manage to remember those particular ones, and I didn't have any of those in the notes, and thank God I remembered them all. So yeah, those are the critical ones. Be on the lookout. I'm going to say it one more time. Be on the lookout for a shit ton of AI fake stories about white people, misinformation about white people on YouTube. Be on the lookout for those weird ones with that title I gave you, Black Woman Died and Jesus Revealed, whatever it said, whatever the title was. Be on the lookout for those, or feel free to search that and then read and then observe all the shit tons of different videos, and all the thumbnails say that same thing. My God, white people are actual ... You know, be on the lookout for the 3 hoaxes being spread about Shiloh. That she's a meth head, that she's a coal burner, and that her and the guy filming are in on it together. Those are not all combined hoaxes. Those are all 3 separate independent hoaxes, which, funny enough, that whole story could be meshed together as one. They could take all 3 of those lies and put them all together, that she's a meth head, a coal burner, and that coal burner, or that dude that was filming is the one she burns coal with, and that they hoaxed everybody. So all 3 of those lies could actually blend together as one cohesive story pretty well. But we're going to hope and pray that that's not the case. She has 2 blonde babies. Like I said earlier in the stream, that's not indicative of a coal burner. Doesn't mean that a girl with blonde babies doesn't burn coal once in a while on the side without her man knowing or something like that. But it's unlikely, because most of the time they will end up with a mongrel baby, you know, because blacks always try to knock up a white girl every time they ever get to sleep with one at any moment. You know, if ever in their life they get to sleep with one, they try their hardest to knock them up. So chances are that would be the case. And so they end up with a mongrel baby. Uh-oh. Somebody got a mean ride out there. Gosh. I'm really, really, really far away from. Wow. I'm really far away from the interstate. And that was freaking super loud. So can't imagine how loud those cars are up close. So yeah, I did manage to cover most of the critical things that I was interested in letting you folks know about tonight. I'm grateful that this situation happened. I'm grateful that our people have finally responded. Finally. Our people are responding to something for once, standing up for a white person for once. Again, I sure wish it was for more of our based ladies than just one, but this is the one that's got all the attack and everything coming on her. And so, she is the one that's going to be under threat, not any of us like she is right now. Think of all the bazillions of boons, and now that she's been doxxed, have been sending her hate mail, blowing up her cell phone. She probably already had to cut her phone number off or change her phone number on her, She's probably already had to change her phone number. She's probably already had to start ignoring all of her emails, and her text messages were probably blowing up before she changed her phone number. I mean, so she's in the middle of having to deal with the money she's made by putting up with them. So while it may be like, oh man, I've been saying nigger for free my whole life, I'll take some of that money. It's like, I get it, but, the heat's on her. So that's why, the money's got to go her way, because that's the only way for us to give the message to the blacks that we're sick of their shit. So God bless you all, to my kindred people who ever managed to stop by this video, be it that you visited tonight or if you visit tomorrow or whenever. I hope all of you had a wonderful, lovely Sabbath day today. And I will start trying to be a little more active on stream times again. I'm going to do different formats each time. That's why it's taking me a little time between each one, because even though I'm doing the slideshow thing right now, and I wasn't able to build a different music playlist from last time or whatever, because building a music playlist take me forever, because I don't know the names of any of the songs or any of the artists. They're all just random stuff. So I have to go through and listen to every freaking song and find ones and pluck them out and put them in the playlist. And I just didn't have time to do all that. And so I had to reuse one from last time. I apologize for that. But most of the time, I will have totally different tunes each time for the pre-show part, before I get on and start ranting. And really, I do it to drive away the yiddy diddlers, So they don't want to sit for multiple minutes and songs, waiting. They want me to just be in there talking so they can hurry up and start getting information out of me or whatever they want to do. So, if I run music for a while, it typically runs them off, and then we're able to stream in peace for the most part. I apologize that I haven't messed with the chat tonight. I'm actually not near the computer to even see the chat. I'm out pacing around in the yard with a wireless mic, so I really have no idea what's going on inside. For all I know, it's not even streaming anymore. It might have cut me off again, but hopefully it is running. And I do plan on getting videos being built. I do plan on making videos again. I just and I have been working on one, but I have to go through so many hours of footage to find the bullet point clips I want to grab and all this stuff, and it's just an enormous amount of listening to different things that I don't want to have to listen to in order to get it all. And so some part of why it takes so long is motivation of putting up with listening to that garbage, and then the other part is just not having as much time as I would need. And I'm working on it, though, slowly but surely. And then once I get past that hump of this video, all other videos will be quick and easy for me compared to this one. But this is the big one. I really got to spend my time on it, and it's just absorbing an enormous amount of my time in order to be able to ever make it. And it's not because the making it part is hard. It's all the tons of hours of crap I got to listen to just to find the bullet points I need to find. So that just, it wears on you over time trying to listen to hours of all that crap. And so I can only do little bits of it at a time before I got to be like, that's enough for today. So I will get past that hump and get that posted eventually. And then once that one's been posted, then you can expect to see videos fairly regularly out of me again. At least once a month or every couple of weeks or something, because I have so many topics I want to cover. I want to do a whole entire video about fornication. I want to do an entire video about a lot of different things. But, I have certain ones in my mind that I really want to get out there to the public for other people to see regularly. These live streams are not readily available to the public to view because lives are never recommended. It seems like it's only like actual videos that get recommended to people. So after a live stream is over, if someone's not subbed to you seeking out your live streams or whatever, they're never going to see it. Which has worked out for me to be able to get going and doing this stuff without people constantly like reporting it or whatever and trying to get it showed. But now that we're up and going and doing our thing with it a little bit, I do want to start getting back to making videos. So that's coming in the future. Just got to get past this hump of this first video. And then after that, everything will be smooth sailing. I'll start being able to crank videos out, no problem. And what else? Yeah, I guess that's everything. Of course, there's more I could think to mention if I sat here long enough, but they probably won't come to me till after I stop the stream. So we will save whatever else I'm forgetting to mention till the next one. And thank you again to everyone who helped. And I look forward to the great day coming. Don't know when it's going to be, but I know it's not going to happen until the bulk of us keep Sabbath. And not only keep it, but it has to be in your heart. It has to be that you love it, that you care about it more than any other day of the week. All other days of the week don't mean anything compared to Sabbath. God set Sabbath apart and hallowed it. That means he made it special. It's dedicated. It's gifted by God with a special privilege. It's like putting blonde hair on it and blue eyes on it. You know what I mean? It's giving it this elevated position, this elevated position of election. Sabbath is elected higher than the other days, just like white people are elected. We are his elect. He says that. He says, you are my elect. And of all the peoples of the world, we are the ones he loves. And it's not because he hates all the other kinds. He made the other kinds to serve their purposes, but he gave them their own gods, and he gave them their own religions to follow, and he put them in their own lands to live in, completely separate from us. And he wants it that way. So we should oblige the Lord and do exactly the way he wants. We should be a white Christian fascist country, again, like we're supposed to be. Fascism does not mean, the state controls the means of production, blah, 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 blah. It doesn't mean any of that garbage. It means the laws of your God, the laws of your religion are the laws of your government. That's what fascism is. And that's why the Jews created anti-fascism, because they don't want your God's laws to be the law of your government. They want their laws that they come up with to be the laws of our government. The only way they could do so is to remove our God's laws from our government. Guess what used to be in all of our courthouses and in all of our public schools? A giant display of the 10 Commandments. That was the basis of our laws. Guess who demanded that the 10 Commandments be taken down from all of our courthouses? Even though at Christmas time, they put a Hanukkah up at every courthouse, and they put a Hanukkah up, a giant one, at the White House every year. Not a Christian cross during Christmas, a giant Hanukkah. And now that we're back to Trump, still no Christian cross, just a Christmas tree, which is not the cross. So, you know, the menorah, oh man, menorah lighting big time. Huge menorah at the White House. We have menorahs at all the courthouses during Hanukkah time or during Christmas time. But crosses, no. So I don't want to get too far into that because I'm about to end the stream. So I don't want to get into a whole new topic. But that's another thing you can Google image, Google image menorah, White House, stuff like that. And then put cross White House, White House cross ceremony, White House, anything to do with the cross, and you won't see anything. Nothing from the White House anyway. And so, this was the Jays, not to continue on with it, but just a little bit, just to pound it home. The Jays are who, of course, the Jays are who demanded that our God's laws, our religion's laws, be removed from being the laws of our country. In other words, they wanted to strip the fascism from our countries. So in the comments, when you see conservatives call leftists fascists, remind them that only leftists call their enemies fascists as though it's a bad thing. And only leftists call their enemies fascists. You may think, yeah, but you're literally telling that to a right-wing cuck because he's the one that just said it to someone. So that means they call their opponents fascists too. Yes, that's true. But when you tell a fake right-winger that, you're telling him that to make him understand that only leftists do that that's a leftist behavior. So if you're doing it also, that means you're not a right-winger, you're a leftist. So that's what you're trying to convey to that idiot at the moment. You know what I mean? And so, calling your opponent fascist is a conservative thing also. But what that does is that proves that conservatives are just leftists. Conservatives are not pro-white, therefore they're leftists. If you're not pro-white, you are a leftist, period. There's no such thing as being a non-pro-white right-winger or a non-pro-white. Did I say that correct? Yeah. There's no such thing as being a non-pro-white right-winger. There's no such thing as that. That's why another thing is funny about watching conservatives call Uncle A leftist, because the socialist word in the NDASP or whatever it is, they would, look, socialism, he's a leftist. No, when you're pro-white, pro your people, you're a right-winger. And in the same respect, when a conservative calls certain Jews right-wingers, that's also kind of a misnomer because even though they're for their kind, they're not pro-white, they're pro-Jew. All right? Blacks who are pro-black are not right-wingers just because they're looking out for their own kind. They're left-wingers looking out for their own kind, and that's the way it is. They're pro-black and they're left-wingers. Okay? The left wing is anti-white. The right wing is supposed to be pro-white. It's not supposed to be pro-white and pro-anybody else. It's supposed to be pro-white. And so you can be pro-Japanese if you're Japanese and be a leftist, and that's normal. You could be a pro-black and you're a leftist. That's normal. But there's no such thing as being pro-black and being a right winger because you're pro-black. You be pro-white to be a right winger, to be a real, true, actual right winger. So anybody who is not pro-white, and that includes any non-white race or Jewish or Jews or anybody who are pro their own kind, that doesn't make them right wing. They're all left wing, anti-white. And the only ones who are not anti-white, they can be for their own race as long as they're in their own country, not bothering white people whatsoever. Those people, those upright bipeds, you can consider them right-wingers if you want, because they're irrelevant to us at that point. They don't live in our countries, they don't bother our people, so we got nothing to worry about from them. So just be careful with, how you word things, and if you see conservatives wording things wrong, correct them. This is the time, especially right now, more than ever. Now that we're on this stepping stone of an up step, we don't know how big of a stepping stone it's going to be, but it's definitely a positive step forward. So while we're on this forward offense motion, let's be correcting the conservatives in the comments. I do too, until I get banned. So, which happens every couple of hours. Once I get released from the 24-hour ban, I might survive 2 hours before I get banned. Today, I purposely didn't put anything that would get me banned, and I was still banned within 2 hours. So, I think they're basically just they'll let me have like 2 hours, and as soon as they see me commenting anything, they just ban me. So, but I do corrections in the comments every time I'm not banned, and I just humbly ask that all of you would too. And we don't have to, and here's one more thing is, don't bother arguing with the non-whites in the comment sections. I know it's tempting to argue with them. I'm guilty of it. I get suckered into wanting to argue with them online, say some look, because they'll say such ridiculous bullcrap about white people that it makes you want to respond, But remember, all of their nonsense they type is pure copium. They don't even believe their own bullshit they typed about you, or about white people, I should say. So they already know what they're typing about white people is bullshit. So there's no need for you to waste any of your time arguing back and forth with a boon who's never, ever going to agree with you. Never, ever. Even though they deep down inside you're 100% correct and they're totally full of shit, they're never going to admit that. They're never going to yield to that. They're never going to heal. They're never going to do anything that you're hoping out of the deal. So there's no point in wasting your time with them. Spend your time on conservatives. That's who you spend your time on. No need to be wasting time on pro-whites except to give them a like. Give them a like. If you have something good to add to whatever they've already said, fine, go ahead. But the main thing is give them their like so that other cucked whites see that and go, wow, this seems so racist, but it's got 50 thumbs up. None of the other ones have this many likes. That puts peer pressure on our people to want to understand, why am I thinking that's bad, but here there's 50 likes for it, more than likes any other likes on this whole comment section. It's that mental peer pressure you will put on them by giving likes to positive pro-white statements. And then when you see conservatives say stupid crap, correct them. If you see them it's not all of them, but it's always them. Make your reply, it's all of them. Correct them. Each boon has their own chimp out time. You know what I mean? They might make it all the way to 45 or 61. Most of them only make it to 5 or 7 or 12 years old before they chimp out for the first time. But they may make it all the way to their 40s or 30s or 60s before they do. But practically every one of them has their chimp out moment at some point. So it doesn't matter just because they have them at different times in their life. depending on each one, they're all completely different time frame when they go off. They're still a volatile bomb that's going to just explode one day. And so we don't know when, we don't know what's going to trigger it. Nobody ever does. It just happens. It just happens because of circumstances or whatever at the moment. And they'll throw everything away. Look at the Dunkin' Donuts dude. Was a manager, probably making 30 or 40 grand a year. And what's he do? He just shoots and kills a dude, A white person, of course. And so, now this dude's going to go perhaps to prison. Every time we say, now this dude's going to go to prison for a long time and all this stuff, but really they know they don't get in trouble now. So he probably shot him thinking, who gives a shit? I'll lose this job, but really I'll be back out on the street in a couple of days. And he probably was. And he probably will only get house arrest or some other shit and still be free, not even do any jail time. So that's the other reason why it's important for you ladies not to be doing what Shiloh did, because they know they can just kill you right now. They could have killed her and her babies and nothing would be done about it, So she would just be another picture on this slideshow tonight of another dead white person, 3 more dead white people, a woman and her children, and here's a picture of the Nog. But he was freed the next day, but we got his mugshot anyway. So, you ladies stay safe, men stay bold, but stay practical. Keep your head on a swivel, all of you. Never relax. You know the deal. And God will see us through this. Christ will carry us through where we can't walk. And where we can walk, let's walk strong. Let's walk grateful. Let's be grateful for our gift. It doesn't make us better than anyone else. We didn't do anything to earn this position. There's no need to be proud of being white. You didn't do anything to earn it. It's a gift from God that everyone else in the world wishes they had been given. No need to be proud. Be grateful. Be grateful to be white. It wasn't your doing. You didn't earn it. You didn't achieve it. Gift from God. He could have made you an Indian. He could have made you a black. He could have made you a whatever. So your number one focus is to be grateful for God blessing you to be made a part of his covenant people, to be made an Adamite, to be made a part of the tribe of Israel. Stay grateful, first and foremost. Put Sabbath as your most important day of every week. Those 2 things right there alone will guide the rest of your way. And however long it takes us to wake everyone up, is that much longer, and that many more white people and white children and white elderly and white boys and white men that we will lose, who will be ruined, who will be terrified and terrorized and slaughtered. So time is the essence. Any of you who have a channel, please post. Any of you who have a profile on X or Gab or where else, please post positive things about Shiloh. Denounce whatever hoax is being spread, whatever you see around. Anything you can do to help the internet have more of a flood of positive things about her. Right now, the internet's being flooded with nothing but negatives about her and about white people because of her name. That's what AI is going to draw from in the future. We need to pile on the internet with positive things about her. I'm going to post other positive things about her on YouTube. I may even do another video about her later on just to put her name on YouTube again in a positive light from another creator. We have to kind of play the same game they're playing, you know. Since we don't have enough of our white people keeping Sabbath, we don't have enough of our people uncucked yet, we have to kind of play a lot of their games that they're playing, and AI is their new game they're playing. So we need to be participating in it. We need to be helping manipulate the AI in our favor, not theirs. So do what you can, and keep Sabbath as your most important thing in your heart, the most important day of every week. When Friday comes, you should be excited, and you should be wanting to hurry up and get all your things done that day. That's why it's called Preparation Day, preparing for the Sabbath. And so it needs to be in your heart and soul. It's White People History Day, every seventh day of every week. Why would you want to ignore such a blessing from God? Remember, that's what Esau did. Esau didn't give a shit about his birthright. This is our birthright. Esau didn't give a shit about his birthright, and God ended up hating him because of it. Let's not do the same thing. Let's not disappoint God like Esau did. Let's show God that Israel's side of the family are grateful for the election and the gift he's given us. God bless you all, my kindred people. Happy Sabbath to you all today. I hope it was great for all of you. I will talk to you again as soon as I can. I have some things to deal with this week, but I also have a day or two in the middle of the week where I might be able to do another stream. We'll see. And in the meantime, all of you just do what you can to help us out. I apologize that I did not get to any of the comments tonight. I just didn't want to have myself too distracted from what I was trying to get out tonight. I will be interacting with your comments next time. My apologies for anyone who was expecting me to respond to the comments tonight. I apologize, and I will, and I usually always do. This is the first time I haven't. I will get to them next time, though, and perhaps we'll do one during the week, and we'll do, I'll be interacting with you folks the whole time. So take care. God bless you all.